Connie in Hutchinson, Minnesota is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight, Connie?
Hi, I'm doing good.
Well, what can I look at for you? Let's see if we can make good better. How's that?
Yeah, can you just kind of look at like the next 6 months and see what's going to happen for me?
Sure. Oh, we see now. Here we go. This is what I was just talking about, aces, and here they are. Um, I drew 6 cards because you asked about 6 months. Very clever of me, right? But the first card I have is the Chariot, and that is about a person who's holding things together. You know, the working hard to keep things on track. The Temperance card here, though, it's very interesting because they go hand in hand, those 2 cards. That's about balance and maintaining balance, because when you're dealing with conflicting forces, it's very hard to stay balanced, and the Chariot card is difficult. But the Temperance card shows me that you're going to succeed in that. You are balancing things out very well. The next 2 cards are aces, which tell me that there's a period of new beginnings coming your way. There's the Ace of Swords, which means that you are starting to see the world in a different way. Swords are mental activity. They can mean conflict. It all depends on the cards around them. But it's, on the whole, it's mental activity. You're coming into a period in your life where you're seeing things differently, where you see the world in a new way. The Ace of Rods is the beginning in work and career, that there's something new coming your way in terms of what you're going to be doing for a living, what you're going to be doing for a hobby, let's say, the meaning of your life, to get very vague about it. But it's the rods are what you do. It's about your work. And there's going to be new opportunities that way. And it's probably because you're going to be seeing the world in a different way. You're going to be very strong with that. The King of Cups is here. You're going to be the master of the emotions that you have. You're not going to be beaten around by people who put you into an overly emotional state. You're controlling your emotions very well. You're a very intelligent person, and you're maybe a bit more intellectual than emotional, but that isn't bad necessarily. That's just the way people are. Some of us, I'm in that group myself. The 10 of Cups is here. That is the final card I have, and that is perfected happiness and joy and all kinds of good things. So it's telling me that this 6 months is going to be a period of change for you, both mentally and in terms of work, even financially, but in terms of doing what you do. But it's going to be good for you mentally and emotionally and work-wise, and you're going to come out of this period very happy. That's what I see in these cards.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
My pleasure. Any other questions?
Nope, that'll do it.
Great. Well, I will light a candle, a white candle, to send positive energy your way, although I think you're doing a good job on your own of creating positive energy, but I'll give you that little extra boost. How's that?
That sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. And you're going to have a wonderful 6 months. Bye-bye now. And now we've come to the halfway mark of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the first show of my 12th year, or the last show of my 11th year, or I never remember how that works. I had a friend when I was a kid, and way back in grade school, who always got in trouble with the teachers because he was Chinese. And there were 2 things that they didn't get about him, which is one, that what they thought was his last name was actually his given name, what we would call the first name. And the other was that he insisted he was about a year older than the record said he was, because you're 9 months old the day you're born in the culture he grew up in. Oh, man, that just used to just annoy teachers no end, because they had the little book in front of them that said how old he was, and he said no, and then they would call him by the wrong name. They didn't know. I'll tell you something else about this. You got a moment? I'm going to tell you this. This is very funny because this is going to play into a stereotype, but it's true. So what the heck, Being just about the only kid in PS 87 at the time who was Chinese, he got made fun of a lot and pushed around a lot and teased. And it never bothered him. He was a very skinny little kid, and he was very passive about all this. It just didn't do a thing for him. He didn't care, seemingly. Okay, fine. So you want to be a doormat, you want people to step on you. Fine. A lot of us felt superior because we would fight back, but there's a famous grocery store here in the city called Fairway Market, which when I was a kid was just like a little supermarket. And it has since expanded to take over much of that block, which is next door to the famous Hotel Ansonia, where people like Enrico Caruso and Charlie Chaplin lived. But there was a Tom McCann shoe store, and above the Tom McCann shoe store was a martial arts place, a little school. And a friend of mine and I, this was along about the 4th grade, we thought it'd be fun to go up there and see what that was about. Because this was pre-Bruce Lee and all that. Nobody knew about it. So we went in there and we took a look. And there, to our surprise, was this kid we went to school with teaching classes. And he's breaking boards and he's throwing people all around the room and he's showing people how all this is done. This guy was a master, a martial arts guy, who, although he was like 9 years old, was assisting the teacher. What we were shocked about, my friend and I, was that this is the one that we said he was too much of a wimp to take care of himself and stand up to bullies. And we asked him, why do you let people do this to you? And he said, what difference does it make? Doesn't do anything to me. Well, why don't you just beat them up? So why? They're not doing anything that bothers me. And, we learned a lesson that day, my friend and I. At least I did. And when kids in the playground would start to tease him, we would say to them, you might want to rethink that. You might not want to do that. You may not. What are you talking about? Well, still waters run deep, which of course is very profound when you're, in the 4th grade. But I never forgot that because he could have probably just mopped up the floor with any of these guys. And it wasn't worth it to him to do it. He didn't learn to do it. The other thing was fascinating. It was the first lesson. We sat there and we saw how the first part of the class went, and they started running in place. They're just standing there running and running and running in place. And one of the kids said, when are we going to learn how to fight? And he says, you just learned how to defend ourselves. And he said, you just learned the first lesson in self-defense, which is run away. So that's pretty cool. I never forgot that. I think I saw something like that in the TV series Kung Fu in the 70s then. But there you go. You never know who you're messing with, folks. You never know. Jennifer in Oceanside, California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Jennifer?
Doing well.
Well, let's take a look at the cards. See what is it you'd like to look at?
I guess love.
Okay. Anything in particular? Something going on, or just the future?
The guy I'm with, he had to move to the northern end of the state to help his family. So I'm sure it's my ego and my own mind getting to me, but just want to see what the cards have to say.
Okay, let's see what's going on here. It's very funny that you mentioned you said your ego and your own mind.
Yes, sir.
The first card I've got is the 7 of Cups, and that is about unfocused thoughts. It's about the imagination kind of running wild. So that's an interesting thing there. That's just a confirmation there of what you mentioned. That the Nine of Swords is here. That's a card of sadness and sorrow. You're not particularly happy about that. The Three of Swords is here. That is about sadness in a relationship. So, yeah, these aren't telling you anything. These are, you know, these things. Let's see if we can move into the future here. The Ace of Cups is here, which tells me that there's going to be a rebirth in terms of your emotions and feelings and romance. Doesn't necessarily mean with somebody else. It could be somebody else, or it could be with this person. I'm seeing happiness and joy coming your way. Literally, I'm seeing marriage in your future also, which is the Hierophant, which is a card in some decks. It's known as the Pope because it signifies religious conformity in a sense, authority rather, not conformity really, religious authority. Whenever that shows up in a romance reading, if that's the question, it's about marriage. But there, yeah, I'm seeing you're going through a very sad period, but you'll come out of it and you'll be very happy. Whether it's with that person or somebody else, I can't tell you right now. I don't see any indication. I just keep seeing overall, here, like the Sun and the Ten of Cups. These are all cards of great joy and happiness. The Lovers card is here. Well, that's an interesting card in this context also, not just because it's called the Lovers, but because it means you're going to be called on to make a choice. Judging by the nature of these cards, you're going to make a good choice. You know, the choice you make is going to be right for you. The World is here, which is assured success. So all these things are saying to me, don't worry about it. Whatever happens is going to work out for the best for you. Very much for the best, I might add. Now, that, as I said, I don't know if that's with the same person or with somebody else, but it's going to be good. Things are going to settle down and work out for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up. Yeah, these are... It's interesting because the feelings can be so transitory, you know? I mean, it's... We sometimes think things are like the end of the world, and then things change, you know. I mean, it's, oh boy, do things change. Things change in a heartbeat, don't they? Gee, they sure do. Ashley in Buffalo is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
Maybe just, I kind of want to be more broad in this. I'm kind of going through a lot of changes. So maybe just, whatever is happening regarding love and work. General.
Let's see what shows up, because this is definitely a time of change. I mean, judging just by the cards tonight, we're moving into a time of change. And judging by what people tell me, I think we're all ready for some changes.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, these are good. I had this card earlier, which is the Ten of Swords. That means that you've been through some rough times, but it's going to be over. The rough times are going to end soon. The Temperance card tells me balance will be restored. Have you felt that your life is a bit out of balance?
Yes, very much so.
Well, the Temperance card is about balance being restored, so that's good to see. And then the Sun card. This is the fourth time tonight I've gotten the Sun card. The Sun is about healing and health and growth and happiness. It's very dull. Everything is turning out nice for people, you know. It's,
yeah.
I mean, you go to the movies, and every time we read cards for people, it turns out they're going to die horribly. But it doesn't seem to be happening. You know, I feel cheated. You know, I've never predicted death, although I did get the death card for somebody, which was exactly the card he should have seen at that moment, because it was about the death card is about one phase of your life ending and another phase beginning. But I was too new at this. I didn't explain it to him. And so he wanted to know. I've told this many times, so I'm not telling stories out of school. He had a chance to leave New York City and get a house at a phenomenally low price and open up a new business in the house doing hairstyling. And he wanted to know how things would work out if he took the chance to do this. And the card that came out was the death card, and he screamed and fainted pretty much. He slid from his chair. He hit his chin on the table. He collapsed, knocked himself out. Very bad. I'm very conscious about that death card now, but no, this is good stuff here. You'll be fine. You're gonna. I mean, I've got the nine of cups here. Tells me you're in for a very sensuous time. Pleasure. You're somebody who knows how to enjoy pleasure, and you're going to. So this is all looking very good. I'm not seeing any conflict. I'm just seeing that whatever was out of balance and troublesome is going to end, and then things look really, really good after that. So here's another one. I got this 3 or 4 times tonight, the 10 of Cups, which is perfected happiness. So you'll be fine. Is there anything else you want to look at, or anything specific? Because I've got a little time left here.
I mean, I really when it comes to, I'm kind of just dating a couple of guys right now, and I kind of want to know if either of them are even worth, continuing, or if there's, maybe something new coming into my near future.
Let's see. That's a good question. Oh, well, I just got this in the previous reading. It's the Hierophant. That indicates marriage. Well, of course, the question is who. The Lover's card is here. I had that also for this person. That indicates a choice you need to make. But this is nothing you don't know. I'm not getting any indication one way or the other. I mean, the Knight of... Well, this is... Okay, the Knight of Cups is here. Now, that's interesting, because the Knight of Cups tells me that there's somebody else going to come into your life.
Okay.
And the Knights are the beginnings of something, and they can be pretty erratic, but that can also be very emotionally arousing and exciting, because it can be up and down and left and right, and it's like the horse on the chessboard. On the Knight, when it shows up, it's the power appearing. And I definitely see that there's something new coming your way. That may be the nature of the choice. You're gonna have an abundance of riches here. You're gonna have several people to choose from, but keep an eye out, because there's definitely a new relationship coming your way. These cards are almost completely. Here's the 2 of Cups. You see that's what that's about. That's a card of a new relationship. This is very good. Wow. This is clear. I don't mean good or bad is in a good or bad sense, but I mean it's very clear. I can read this clearly. Is that there is a new relationship headed your way. The 6 of Rods tells me it's going to be quite successful.
Oh, wonderful.
Now here's one of my favorite cards for this kind of thing. It's the 4 of Cups. That tells me it's somebody there's a very high likelihood that somebody is interested in you that way, but hasn't made it known yet.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting question.
Yes. I used to say to people, so keep an eye out, see if somebody's attitude changes when you get into the room. And somebody said, well, that's good. How do I know what their attitude was before I got there? I said, oh, yeah. It made sense to me until you told me that. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You'll feel a vibe when you get in the room, if that's not too 60s of me. But there's a new relationship headed your way. Between the 2 of Cups and the Knight of Cups, I have no doubt about it.
Okay.
And just see if it may be somebody you don't know yet. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Okay.
And I would like to just to take a little bit of time here to reflect on the past 11 years. because my nose is a little clogged up now. This is not like a cold or anything. This happens to me when the weather gets dry from the cold. I'm probably I've had nasal trouble all my life. I'm probably the only person I've heard of who, I had my tonsils taken out because my adenoids had to come out. Usually it's the other way around. Usually they take out the tonsils and then they say, as long as we're in here, let's just get another fee and take out the adenoids. But I've had nose troubles all my life. Fortunately, I found a decongestant that works marvelously, and I am not going to mention that because I don't give medical advice. Yay, I'm one of the few people who doesn't give medical advice. Have you noticed how so many people became medical experts? So many people know all there is to know about vaccines, and so many people know all there is to know about viruses, and so many people don't know what the hell they're talking about. But, this is, I say, stick to what you know. What has happened? See, in the last 11 years now, going forward, looking backward, I would say that one of the best things that's happened to me, aside from the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people I've spoken to, gosh, I mean, and the people the relationships I've made with people off the air, people I got to know because of the show, it's just wonderful. And anybody who wants to contact me off the air, asktaro@earthlink.net is my email. asktaro@earthlink.net. I know that everybody can't get through every night. I also know that there's a lot of people who don't want to talk in front of hundreds and hundreds of thousands and thousands of millions of people, tens of billions of people, right? Hey, we don't know. This could be good. This is going out into the ether. This is going out into space. We don't know how many people are listening. We don't even know how many people are listening in the past or the future, because time is weird. But hey, you want to know more about what I do. I have expanded my website thanks to the stimulation of the conversations I've had here over 11 years. That would be magic-works.com, magick-works.com. I've expanded mojoacademy.org. These were just little teeny websites I had years ago. There's so many things there now. Mojoacademy.org is where the books are. Books, records. Look at me, records. I'd press vinyl if I could. I probably could. But it's, we make DVDs and CDs, all with occult themes, except for one of my favorites, which nobody really pays much attention to, but it's kind of a labor of love at mojoacademy.org. I have some old-time serials there. I don't think I have Captain Marvel because I believe that's under copyright, and I don't want to violate copyright laws, but there are things there like the Return of Chandu the Magician and all these wonderful old serials. Bela Lugosi went from playing the villain in Chandu the Magician, which you can find at my website magicworks.com. There's a print there to see, not to buy, and he became the hero in the Return, in Chandu Returns, which is one of those 15-part serials. That was just I have a hankering for those old things. I kind of like them. But there's also Secrets of Success there. There's a wonderful out-of-print public domain album from the 70s called How to Pick Up Girls. And I put that there for all you people who've never spent a night in court. Because you follow the advice in this record and you'll probably be arrested. But it's a real relic of its time, and I like relics of their time, that's all. But there's wonderful books there, like Reverend Elliot's Magical Window is a book named after this show, and I dedicated it to you, the listeners of this program, because without you, I would never have written that book. And that is a book on how to read tarot cards yourself. And it comes with a CD of genuine tarot readings that are examples of the points made in that book. So if you want to do this, if you want to do what I do, and there's people have been reading tarot cards for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, check out the book, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. It's only available through Amazon.com, but it's there, and you can find the link to it at mojoacademy.org. It's the kind of book I wish I'd had when I was learning how to read. And it has a wonderful bibliography with loads of other books that are really quite good, quite helpful. One book that I highly recommend all the time, which I didn't write, is the Tarot Workbook by Emily Peach. That is a beautiful, beautiful book. It's in 2 sections. The first section is easy, and it'll help you learn all about tarot. And the second section is very obscure. It's about the deeper metaphysical nature of tarot. That's also covered in one of my other books by a man named David Lemieux, which I understand is also the name of a hockey player. But it's called The Ancient Tarot and Its Symbolism. It's harder to find that book, but if you do find it, it's quite rewarding, and it's beautifully illustrated, and you'll see so many interesting tarot decks there. But it's a fascinating look if you want to get deeper into the cards and learn more than just divination, not fortune telling. Divination. These are 2 different things. Fortune telling is you'll meet a tall, dark stranger kind of stuff. Divination is using the divine spark and accessing, I call it the magical window, because the tarot cards, through divination, allow you to see things that the senses do not perceive. You heard examples of that tonight, such as when I asked the caller if she was looking for a new job, because that's what the cards showed me. And she said, yes, absolutely. These are not tricks. You can do tricks with anything, but these are not tricks. And you'll learn about that in Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which is a book that I do recommend highly. And I always enjoy sending out signed copies, if that means anything. But oh gosh, and that was only written because I was inspired by all the wonderful experiences I've had here. I have not had a bad moment with anybody through Ask One Radio. Not just the callers, of course. I mean, the people behind Ask One Radio are just delightful, beautiful people. And if you have in the back of your mind an itch to do this kind of stuff, and get on video and radio. I think I'm the last person doing exclusively radio, but those days are numbered. Yes, I will admit it. I've been doing video tests. Yes, I will admit it. I've been shedding a little weight, Oh, vanity, right? And if you want to do this, this is the place to do it. This is the place to do it, is Ask One Radio, because it is the most positive group of people I've ever been associated with. Do you think I'd be here 11 years if I didn't like this? Come on. Like I said, I've had marriages that didn't last this long. Not the current one. The current one, I don't know. I don't think I'm too old to say one day it's going to be my 40th anniversary at Ask One Radio, but those are the 2 most important anniversaries in my life. And yes, it did change my life, doing Ask One Radio and being with you guys every Wednesday when I'm available. I promise every year, I promise not to miss any shows, but then every year something happens, because we're only human and we're frail. And we'll shuffle up the cards one more time, and I am going to see what's in my future. How's that? Got 2 minutes left. Let's see, what do I have here? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's fascinating. That's marvelous. Oh, wait a minute. You want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you what I see here? Oh, gosh. I got the King of Coins. That's the first card I got. Now, that's interesting because that's a card that suits me. That's my significator as a tarot reader. The King of Coins is a mature in age person who's Capricorn. But I'm just getting cards of happiness and joy, and that's what I'm feeling. Well, we got about a minute and a half to go, so I might as well wrap it up and just tell you thank you for the last 11 years, and I'm looking forward to the next 11 years with you. You can contact me anytime, as I said, at Ask One. Ask Tarot, ASKTAROT at earthlink.net, and I will get back to you. And I do offer a free mini reading to all the Ask One Radio listeners. I'm happy to pull a few cards of the 11th year. See, there I go again, 11. So What can you do? The first anniversary started the second year, so there it is. I've got to run now, so remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. See you next week. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi everyone, and it's Eleanor Grace. You're with me here, and we're starting our show here with some stormy weather. You can see in the background. I think we've got stormy weather throughout the world. So I'm coming to you live here from London in the United Kingdom. And to start off with today, I know we've got some callers coming in very soon, but to start off with, I want to give you this card here. This one is one of my teaching cards. It's the Magician. I hope you can see that there. It's probably a bit large. We're going large here. The Magician is our card really of the week this week, because we've all got to draw into some inner strength, haven't we, as we set our intentions this January for 2023, and also as we just make some progress, even if it's baby steps. You know, we've got to reach out, try and help ourselves, reach out, try and help each other, really. And that way, I think, you know, you've got the formula for how you're going to bounce forward. Now, the Magician, this magical energy that's here, the Magician really does bring in opportunities that are unexpected. So I think that this week we can all reach out and dig a bit deeper and think, okay, where's my opportunities? You know, what am I going to have to deal with over the next few days? And let's hope that it's good news and good opportunities that are coming your way. And remember, we've got the phoenix out the ashes. You know, whatever is negative, whatever has gone wrong in your life, and let's, you know, look at last year and think, okay, that's a closed book now. Let's try and move forward with some of those energies that we're bringing into the show here. So the Magician being that sort of very productive energy card, that sets us going, that starts us off, that starts us with a really sort of pristine moment where everything can be really progressive. Now we've got Margaret here in Glasgow. Hello there to you, Margaret. You're through to Eleanor Grace. How are you here today?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Yes, good. And I hope the weather is treating you a bit kinder up there in Scotland than it is in the USA at the moment. So we've got this theme of stormy weather, and I think that the people who I'm reaching out to today have also got stormy weather in their lives too. So I hope that we can resolve some things for you. Now, I want to give you this card here. This is all about hot air, bit of bad news, some difficulties that you've perhaps experienced. And this is all verbal. It's all, no, let's have a chat. Let's see what's happening, see what's going on. So I feel as though crosswords is around you at the moment. And, these are perhaps lingering as well. They're coming through from an historic place, and maybe this is a time to revisit some of those issues with family members or even with work colleagues. Now, work colleagues do tend to be coming up here. Was that your dog? Oh, how lovely. Got work colleagues here. Are you in a sort of tense situation, let's put it like that, with either work colleagues or close neighbours? That's where I feel you've got this tension. It's around you, but not family, not personal stress. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
they're not anything also to do with work, but they are. There is some problems.
Is this around your neighbourhood as well? It
Yes.
seems to be close by to you, and it's always a worry because it just means that you're not feeling as confident either in yourself and in what you want to do. Well, we're going to change that. We're going to throw that away. Remember the Magician that I've given to you. Remember how magical that position is, because with the Magician, you can just change anything, really. So unexpected opportunities are knocking at your door, and here you have got such a lovely card. This one is all about you taking hold of your own power and you taking hold of your situation and making it, doubly better than it is at the moment. So there's an offer coming to you. I don't think it's one that you're expecting, but I think it's news, gossip, verbal instructions on the wind, a favour that people are doing to you as well, that are going to make you feel so very much better. And I think that's helping lift some of those oppressive feelings that I've got, some of that stormy weather that we can see in the background here, which is my tone. You've got also new plans. Now, these are going to come in between now and April. So now in April is quite a time of movement. You've got a force of nature that's going on with you. You're going to get things done. And you'll do that by making sure right now that this January you decide exactly what it is that you want from this year, what you want from yourself. I see you closing doors behind you, opening new ones. It's symbolic. It's this seesaw. You've been weighing things up. You're on a seesaw with nobody. There's nobody sitting opposite you. So you don't have to convince anybody. It's just yourself. Do you understand that? That you're having this internal dialogue with yourself. Do you recognise that situation? We all do it, I suppose, don't we? We all have this inner chat and think, what am I going to do next? What's coming in for me? I want this, that, and the other. Or I wish. Those are our favourite words, aren't they? I wish I had this or that. And then it can project onto somebody else's life as well. But we're talking about your life here. Do you have boys around you? Do you have sons here?
I have a grandson.
Ah, That's who it is then. I think you've got another one coming. Are you expecting any sort of news like that this coming year? Because I've got a baby boy, baby in arms here. This is coming through from spirit. So there is a
All
child in
right.
spirit. Okay, so you may feel that you're celebrating another birth, but very often the other implication is that there's a soul in spirit, that maybe you lost a child, or that you were connecting through to somebody else who's lost a child. But I'm going to give that to you. I don't feel that that's the outcome. I feel that you will be involved in somebody bringing this baby boy into the world. So watch out for that, because it's
All
an
right. Okay.
important new life. It's an important new life. And again, close neighbours here. So some reconciliations are going to happen. Do you want to go into a business? Is this what you're struggling with? Would you prefer to work
Well,
for yourself?
I was working and I'm not able to work anymore, but
Yeah,
I've been doing
yeah.
creative stuff.
Right. So
And I'm
it's like
hoping to
hobbies.
eventually
Yeah, yeah.
start up my own business.
That's what I felt, that it's creative energy that is around you, which is abundant, by the way. And it's those hobbies, it's those interests that you're thinking, well, okay, I can do that. I can adapt. I can, make sure that I've got other options. And, that not everybody can work in the way that we used to. We have to adapt our lives. We're not as fit and young and healthy as we once were. And time is short for all of us, and it's nice that you can think now outside the box, I have to say, with your creative energies, to try and bring something else in. Remember this magician. The magician is working really well for you, and bringing in a sort of sense of destiny. Perhaps this was something that you've always wanted to do, something that you wanted to do when you were so very much younger as well. Well, now's your chance, your opportunity. Between now and April, it seems to be a setting up time, where you can really get to grips with what has to happen, and maybe sort of decide on the creative path that you want to go down, and open up avenues as to how you can produce your products or your services and present them to the world, because you've got the world out there now with the internet. It's not the local market anymore, is it?
Yeah.
So you've got a big expansion. Now let's see what this card brings you. Now there's somebody helping you. This will be somebody that you perhaps need a bit of information from, or some tuition even. It's a younger man, so perhaps somebody who's more involved with the digital age, and is going to be able to make things happen for you. But it's advice, and it's well-intentioned. I don't see money transactions, so I don't feel as though this is something that you're paying for. I feel that this is a person who wants to help you, wants to bring that through for you. Now, I have a man in spirit with you. He's walked into my room. He's a very personable character, a very good-looking person as well. He seems to be strong in his intention here to get a message to you. So I feel that he was a strong man. He's been in spirit a while, I feel, so he will be in your ancestry line. Now, when we talk about ancestors, it's not necessarily a relative. I've explained this many times. It can be somebody who's in your soul group, so your soul family, not necessarily
All right. Okay.
your blood family. This is sort of guides that take you back. Now, is it your father that's in spirit? And there's also a man that was closer to you than him.
My stepfather is in spirit,
Yeah,
and as far as I know, my real father's in spirit.
yeah. Okay, so that's why I'm getting the father and then somebody that was closer to you than him. So your stepfather was actually your father, I think,
Yes.
raised you and gave you the confidence in yourself that you need to have. And this bigger personality, I think, seemed to be very distant. So I think you've got this combination of the two factors here where you have, something that is unusual, where you've got these two men, one who was close to you, one was a father, one was a father but not close to you. And that
Uh-huh.
representation for you is that clairvoyant reach. We're reaching over the veil, if you want to call it the veil, that veil that we reach through for information about those loved ones passed over, and also who it is that's standing there that means so much to you. And they're there, and they are really sort of sending big sort of pushes. It's like a push of energy. So this is a message for you. I feel that you need to just get going, start something. Doesn't matter how small it is, how little time you spend, but whatever it is that you're going to do, it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Do you have
Mhm.
problems with your legs? Is it your legs that are giving you some problems?
Yes, I do, because I have fibromyalgia.
Ah, so it's very painful. Is it painful for you?
Yes.
Your legs pain. I don't know whether you've done it yet, but this is like a complete change in your diet, that you're going to be eating lots of different things that are going to help this, going to make this go away, because it's so hard for you, so uncomfortable. But changes in your diet, look into that, because I've got lots of different things like, ginger and rhubarb, and I'm seeing all these different fresh vegetables. I don't know what you like, blueberries and porridge, lots of oats as well are there. But
Uh-huh.
look for things that you like, but you will be recommended to go on something that's different, because I've got all this nutritious stuff coming in, and your legs actually healing, getting lighter, getting better, getting better. Um, it's not ever going to go away. I know that. These things don't. When you get them, they're there, aren't they? So let's have a look into
Yeah.
the crystal. Let's have a look into the crystal ball. Let's see what we can see. Now, you've got that aquamarine here, which is lovely. This is wonderful. This is an aquamarine light that is really bringing that healing into you. So anything that you can put around you that is turquoise, aquamarine, anything that you can really sort of say to yourself, all right, I'm going to surround myself with the light of that colour. sort of battleground feeling that everything has been a bit more difficult than normal since September last year. Is that true?
I don't remember unless it was
Okay.
my
September.
daughter got mad at me.
Is that what it was? Was that in
I
September?
think so.
Yeah, yeah.
It could
You
have
see,
been. I don't remember September being a bad month.
no, it wouldn't have been a bad month. It was just a marker because I'm going back 5 months. So end of August, September, something happened that was quite difficult
Hmm.
for you. And that's what I'm
Okay.
seeing. But that from that event, from whatever happened then, and those conversations, you've got reconciliation. This is what is coming in. So you will reconcile your differences. You will make amends, and it's time to do that. And I think that the
We just
supportive
did.
people. Yeah. Oh, fabulous. Oh, that's great. That's what I want to hear. And it makes so much lighter, isn't it? So this is your celebration. It's the very first thing that I wanted to go to, that other people around you are celebrating you. So maybe make an event of this. Just create one, have a gathering of people, maybe cook a dinner, or do a sort of spread of food, or just have people with you, around you, just so that
Okay.
people can talk and relax. And that's what you've got to do. Are you asking anybody at the moment for money, for sort of things that are going to provide you with more financial benefit or assets, because you've got money that's coming? Money is coming in. It's on the wing, as
I
I see it.
I have written a book called A Chosen Journey, and I'm almost finished editing the second half. It's two books put into one
Fantastic.
for
Fantastic.
abuse and addiction. So I'm hoping
Okay.
that it sells well.
It will, because it's on the wing at the moment, so it's not real, it's not here, hasn't materialized yet. We haven't manifested that wish yet, but it's in the making, isn't it? It's in the making, and that's what you're doing right
Yes,
now. And
I'm
this
almost
crea
finished.
oh, wow. Will you be finished by the 1st of March?
I'm going to try my best.
That's a marker I've got for you. And here is a
Okay.
contract. Here's a contract that you're being given, and this is a contract for the beginning of March. So try hard
Oh,
to
good.
meet that deadline, because this is coming through from spirit. You have a sister who's passed over.
I do.
Yeah, she's with you. She's with you today. She's sending so many hugs, so many hugs. But there was an argument with her. Um, I don't think it
Hmm.
was resolved. Was that true? Was there something that just wasn't resolved between the two of you?
I
And she,
I don't know of a sister that I lost. I have a half sister that's older than me, but I haven't heard that she passed, and we've never argued. We just didn't know each other.
no, this would be somebody that you knew, I feel. Somebody else that is here. I wonder whether that's what her problem is, your sister that's passed, that you didn't know very well, that she wanted to. Because the distance, you see, and that's what I'm connecting to, the distance. But anyway, she's with you here and wishing you so
Okay.
much success. Um, and this is about difficult subjects, isn't it? I mean, this is abuse and difficulty, and really hard things to difficult
Okay.
subject that you're writing about. And just to say to you that your sister is with you, and giving you a lot of love and encouragement. Everything is coming
Thank
down the
you.
line here for you. Um, and what I want to say as well is that you must be writing the words here in a very delicate tone, that you have a way of communicating in the written word, which is quite maternal, wanting to mother people a bit and show people what
It's
they
given to
they
me
need to do.
through automatic writing.
Really, really, really.
I'm
Do
not
you
writing it. Spirit's
no,
writing it.
okay. Yeah. So is this three spirit guides, three different spirit ladies?
Okay.
I've got females here who are around you. They're sort of very angelic forces, very sensitive, and really wanting to help you to get the right information across, which I think is what you're doing, isn't it? You know, this is how you're
Yes.
explaining your own experiences and how you're communicating those experiences as well through your book. It will be successful. This is the money that I've got coming along in the future. And that's what you are going to hold on to as well. And very important for you to see that, you know, money is part of the process. We all need to have those resources
Yes.
in order to survive. So I'm just looking into the crystal ball now. I'm still bringing
Okay.
in the aquamarine, and this is for you because I feel as though
Okay.
you've got lots of lovely healing energy, and that violet energy is very strong as well. In your crystal, Margaret, I do have connections that are north to you. So I'm seeing that you've got an arrow. I don't know whether you can see it or not, actually
Okay.
on the show, but there's an arrow that I'm looking at right into the center of the crystal, and this is an arrow that is saying, look, you must look towards wherever is north to you. That's where your journey will go to. So it could be suppliers, or it could be people who are helpful, agents, or where you need to progress in order to expand your book publishing, and I think there's another book as well that comes into this, but
Yes.
looking
I've
at
written 3 books.
yeah. That's why I've got the three guides then. So you have
Yes.
the three angel spirit guides who are going to be taking you through each one of those books. So it's a very, very difficult pathway for you, but you've managed it. I mean, you've done it. You've got to a point where you can almost sort of put your pen down and say, okay, from the beginning of March, that is my deadline. That's when I am going to be ready.
That is what I'm going to do. I will finish by March.
Yes, do
Does my
that.
son or my father come through?
I did have quite a lot of connection to spirit, but it was more your guides that were coming through who are helping you
Okay.
to write. Your father,
My son loved that book. He said,
oh,
Mom,
did
that's going
he?
to be a movie. And I was
Yeah.
told that it's going to be on Netflix.
Ah, right. Well, this is where spirit guides coming in are going to uplift everything and really make this happen for you. But it's the sensitivity of your writing that I think has got the key to it. The males around you, I think, are very distant. So you need to perhaps be calling them to you. There's been quite a few interruptions. It is a
Yes,
stormy weather.
I have been.
You
I
have
lost my
been.
son
Well,
7 years ago, and I've been asking him to come to me.
yeah, yeah. I think you watch out for your dreams in tonight. It's a bit later on. The initial of D is with you. So is there somebody, David, that is around you?
The initial B,
No, D for David.
D. Yes,
D.
Daryl, my son. That's my
Is
son.
that is that your son? Your son's David?
Yes,
Ah,
No,
he's with you,
Daryl.
sweetheart. Daryl, that's what it is, Daryl. I couldn't hear you properly, but yes, he's with you. So he's sending you his name. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that lovely?
No,
Margaret,
he had
I'm
kidney
going to...
dialysis.
Ah, okay. We've got to go. I'm so sorry, but come through for a reading if you want to know more. And it's Eleanor Gray saying cheerio, and thank you to Spirit for coming through tonight. This stormy production show, and stormy weather everywhere across the world. But I will see you same time here, same place next week. Bye, Margaret, and I'll see you then. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Urban Monk with the Urban Monk UK.
Urban Monk UK.
Search Long Road to Richmond on Facebook.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Urban Monk
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Welcome wherever you are watching around the world, live and on catch-up on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. I'm back in Monk Towers, as you can see. I've had the decorators in, and tonight I want to talk about prayer and the way the mind works and the connection between prayer and thought. Many of us, especially myself, growing up, we would hear sayings like, seek and ye shall find, ask and you shall be given, knock and the door will open to you, especially if you grew up in a Bible or religious kind of family. Also, we used to say at school, I'll believe it when I see it. But throughout life and the way things have panned out for myself, I learned quite a while ago that the saying should actually be, I'll see it when I believe it. Didn't quite get that until I had my road trip, I had my epiphany, and began learning to live in the present and in the moment. So what does that mean? I'll see it when I believe it. Well, as you know, I talk quite a lot about the law of attraction and silence and presence and vibration of the human body, the human being, if you like, the way the brain vibrates, trying to connect back with consciousness and the universal energy, the universal vibration. So while we're still or present or silent, we are sending those thoughts out into the universe. If those thoughts are of a positive nature, as I've mentioned many times, we will vibrate at a positive level. So seeing and believing. When I believe something, I focus on that thing. I believe it. I believe it to be true. And it then transpires through the law of attraction that those things actually do come to pass. Seek and you shall find. We have to look for things. We have to look for something, for some kind of meaning for who we are, what we're doing, why our thoughts have brought us to the point that we're at. Why do millionaires, successful people make money, lose money, then go on to make it again? Because of the way they think, the way the mind works, the way the vibrational energy works to attract that financial success or that emotional success. You know, you meet somebody, you get on, you gel at the beginning, and that can either go into a long-term relationship depending on how one treats one another, or it can fade and die. It's part of life, almost like death, you know, the death of a relationship. We're all here. We're all here to raise levels of consciousness, and then the physical body, the three-dimensional bag of meat and bones, it dies, and the energy then moves on. So in terms of prayer, it's no different to the way we think about everyday life. We get into a situation, a dire situation, let's say, and we want help. We ask for help. We go to church maybe, or we pray in our own way. But if praying is asking for help, who or what are we actually asking? Some would say God, different religions would say different things, but it's all consciousness. God is consciousness. The whole of the universe is consciousness. It vibrates at that consciousness, God, creation level. The mind is a creative tool. So the link between man and spirit is the mind, not the physical body, but the mind, what we think, how we think it, and the essence behind what we try to do. And I've mentioned on several other shows, in everyday life, it's not the problem that we have that is the issue, it's how we deal with it. It's how we're able to deal with that issue at hand, be it a good one or a bad one. It matters not. It's the thought behind our intention. The motor car, I'm not going to teach anybody about history, but the motor car was invented before we had gas stations, or petrol stations as they're known over here. So who came up with some wacky kind of idea to create the horseless carriage when there was no means or method to actually fuel that invention? Well, it started as an idea. The motor vehicle started as an idea, and it was pursued and progressed until it came to fruition. Everything we can think about, and some of the things that we haven't yet to think about, started as a thought. Somebody somewhere had that initial thought and took it and ran with it. So it makes sense that for us to be harmonious and in link with the universe, it's about the way we think and what we think. Not the problem, that's not the issue. The problem is how we deal with it, what we think about, what it is that we stress about or relax about. You know, I've said before again, it's not necessarily a negative thought is a bad thing. It's the identification with that negative thought. I've got a problem. I'm going to think about it. Can I do anything about it? Right now, right here, in the present, in the moment, can I affect what it is that I'm worrying about? Normally, in fact, all the time, we worry about a future event. The past has gone, so we'll dwell on it, and we might be upset or plan the future based on that experience from the past. But it's the future that we worry about the most. So if we can't affect that outcome right now, what's the point in worrying about it? We can deal with what we can deal with right now, asking ourselves, what's the worst that can happen? If we're quite happy to accept and go along with the worst, then right now we can set things in motion, taking action now, not tomorrow, but now, to prevent that worrying event from actually taking place. So it's really no different to prayer. You know, if I've got an issue, I can pray to God, or I can pray to the universe, or I can call it what you want. It's me just put it in simple terms that praying is one word for thinking and sending out the right message or the right request or the right vibrational energy to the universe. What we fail to grasp, and this will be the subject of a future show, is there are principles in this world that are infallible and they can't be challenged. The only principle with the human body is the mind, but let's take that to an external level to prove the point. Electricity. We can't see it, but we know it exists. It's a principle that can't be argued with. Now, we're coming from work and the light doesn't work. The bulb's gone. Has the electricity failed? It's not the electricity or the principle or the law of electricity that's failed. It's the light bulb. Because of the universe, the law of attraction will bring to us abundance. So it's not just about anxiety or depression or fear. Those are all the things that kill the human spirit, but that's because we choose to have those thoughts. So it's about prayer and thinking, with the two things combined together. And I want to talk about that in terms of spirituality. We are trying to be spiritual. We're trying to raise consciousness. We're trying to lift the consciousness of the universe to help the planet, to help the earth, if you like. The only way we can do that is by being present and forgetting about tomorrow and forgetting about yesterday, and focus purely and simply today, right now. That's all we can really do. Focus on the thoughts that we have, what we're looking for, what we're hoping to achieve, and those vibrational thoughts will manifest. The manifestation of thought, it's like prayer, the manifestation of prayer. We say prayer, we ask for help, we ask for salvation, we ask for health and healing for friends and family that may well be ill. We're sending out vibrational thoughts. It's simply religion, God, consciousness, spirit. They're just words given by men, by humans, to be able to explain and get other people to understand what it is that we're trying to say. So it's been great talking to you. Apologies for the sound. I've had to buy a new laptop after the renovators have been into Monk Towers, and I look forward to speaking to you all again next week. And if you need to, drop me an email at urbanmonk.uk@gmail.com, or hit me up on Long Road to Richmond on Facebook. And I look forward to seeing you next week. Take care. Good night.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Susanna Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, lovely, lovely friends. Thank you very much for joining me. You are live with me here on the Ask One Radio Network, A1R Psychic Radio, and Moonstruck TV. And I'm your host, Susanna Hershaw, medium, your psychic medium through times of change. So thank you very much for joining me, and you are listening and you are watching this show, Susanna Medium. And oh my goodness me, it's exciting to be back, because last week, you see, I told you today or this week, I'm celebrating my 3rd year, starting my 3rd year here on this or with this wonderful network. So hippie hooray for another 3 and 6 and 9 and 963 and 639 and 12 and various numbers and years to come here, and Ask for Radio and all the team behind the scene. Thank you very much for all your support. So here we go. It's good to be here. Excuse me, and the voice is going to be here as well. So today, my lovely friends, I'd like to tell you a story. So I like stories, so stay until the very, very end. Now, you see, I'm a musician, and from time to time, I enjoy listening to music or playing music. Not very often, or not that much, because I quite like silence, and actually I prefer silence. But on this occasion, a few days ago, I found a beautiful, beautiful meditation music. You know, one of those pieces which lasts for 10 hours. It goes as a loop and loop and loop, and you can sit in meditation or you can go asleep, and with that music, you can do anything what you want to do. But then you see that music really caught my attention because it did not have any beat, it did not have any story in that sense. But it was beautifully holding the space, and how I can describe the music. It wasn't green, it was more of the blues and the turquoise, those colors. That was the music. So beautifully holding the space. And as I was sitting down, I was really very much immediately in my heart space. So I got my little lesson. But then I kept on listening to that music that was on my laptop here. And then you see, as I was sitting, I looked into one of the social media pages, you know, the social media page where you would have an object on the wall, and then that makes the sound of that object. So I was on the social media, and not as if I am doing much there or I'm really looking into so many things, but there's something really caught my attention. There was this page, because somebody guided me to that page, and I was watching and I was looking at the various slides and then the various little stories really about everything what is happening in our world, why this music was at the background. And then you see, for the split second, I just imagined myself or the whole situation being in a film. You know, if I had a camera over there and just recording everything, how this person is looking at everything, the little icons and what is happening in the world, why this music is holding the space. And it really felt quite an interesting energy there. But then you see what I found was on one little icon, on one little icon there was a bear. The bear who was wandering around the streets in one of the big American cities, I think, was wandering around. And most certainly a bear should not be wandering around. So that caught my attention for a little while. And then I was looking at another set where I saw a lot of snow in one place where it should not be that much snow. So people could not really step out of their homes. So I was watching that little clip as well. And then you see how the whole thing looks like that we've got all these icons. Nothing is moving unless you put your attention, put your cursor on them, and they start coming to life. And then I was going with the ones which were interesting in some sense, so I really needed to look at those things. So anyway, I saw the bear wandering, and I saw the snow. And then the next one, I remember seeing a place where people try to ski because it's January, but there was no snow. So I don't know, they were doing something else, just looking at the grass really, because I was looking at the grass. And then the next one, you see, I found a slope covered with snow, and a man trying to slide and ski, and that man was followed by a bear. It wasn't that bear I saw first, but it's a different bear. And I said to myself, now finally everything is in the right place, the snow and the slope and the man, and maybe the bear was following, try to catch this man. So I really wanted to see what was happening to the man, so I watched until the very end. This little clip, what was happening to the man. I'm sure the man was fine, but then I said to myself, finally things are on one clip, everything is in the right place, the snow and then a man, and then okay, there is a bear there as well, but then is the bear's natural habitat. So here we go. But then my attention went on to current affairs, so we know what is happening in our current world. I did not really look into many things because it is not really my really great interest, but I just clicked on various things for a couple of seconds. And then while this music, this beautiful music was at the background, holding everything together for me. And I was really feeling that actually, I was wasting my time. Most certainly I was wasting my time about 15 or 20 minutes just by watching and looking at these things. Were they necessary for me to know? Maybe not. Maybe for a little while I need to know what is happening, but we cannot know everything. We cannot give our attention to every single thing happening, whether they are important, less important, or the least important things. But then you see this camera, this imaginary camera catching the whole thing, me watching and observing and just pondering about the whole world. It really made me think how much we are wasting time just by maybe being on social media and doing various things, and instead of just really thinking about what is happening in our lives, what we can do to make a change or shift something. And then you see, why this music, it was about 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, so it was very quiet, and this music was really holding the space, and then really was really holding the space, and made me wonder that, maybe one day when we go back to God's spirit consciousness, and when we are looking at our lives, especially the new generation, the young generation, they might see everything in pictures, they might see everything in pixels and high resolution, I don't know, various things with music at the background, without music, maybe fast, or the volume up, or playing with the volume, or playing with I don't know what you can add, various pictures or short videos, not the long ones, because nobody has time to watch the long ones. We all want to have the short ones. And I just imagine, maybe when we go back, or the time when we go back to God consciousness spirit, and then we will have all our lives laid out in front of us. Are we going to see everything in small icons? Let's say we would have like 15 little icons in a year, the most important things highlighted, and how we would see, where would we give our attention, where would we put the cursor? Yes, actually, I want to check that one. And maybe I want to have a little revision on that situation, or maybe actually I want to delete that one. I want to make it blurred over there. I want to take the color out of that one. And I just really thought about how it's going to work out for all of us. We don't know, but then we have certain. I take it as an evidence. I take it as an anecdotal. No, hang on. What is the word? Anecdotes, yes, anecdotal evidence that this is what we are going to see or experience. But then you see, I kept thinking, because I like this kind of thinking, and the music was holding the space, and I was really in this space of wondering. And then for a split second, I was actually thinking of, are we going to look at or be proud of those little icons, the short videos on our palette of our lives, where we did something, where we contributed something to somebody else. Or maybe we are going to continue complaining about somebody else, a neighbor or a colleague or a child or a spouse or a parent or the family or community, somebody in a community. So our attention is going to be on somebody else out there. And when we are back to God and spirit consciousness, are we still going to complain about those situations and then blame those people and blame those situations for the failure of our own lives? Or we are going to maybe we are going to be in denial, maybe we are going to, but actually, we cannot be in denial because this is still our story. So whether we are feeling very proud of those instances where we helped somebody or we contributed or we created something or we were really living our life and really living from our heart space and created something. And created something for the benefit of others, not just for myself, but then for somebody else. And then you the same, think about your own life. What did you create? What have you created so far? What is going to be on your palette when you are going back to God consciousness? What kind of pictures, what kind of short videos, what kind of icons are you going to have? What kind of stories you are going to create to your pictures or your stories? What kind of labels are you going to put onto your short videos or your icons? Are you going to have colorful pictures, or are you going to keep things black and white? Or what is the frequency? What kind of colors? Or how are you going to present? How are you going to reflect about your own life? And then, of course, are you going to have music? Are we going to have the music which is rushing us through, which is actually more than 65 beats in a minute, and it's going to hold us, and hold us and keeps us moving and moving and moving. So what kind of music are we going to have as a background when we are reviewing our own life? Or maybe we are going to have the very, very chilled out, the blues, maybe we will have like 28 beats in a minute or 37 beats in a minute. Maybe we will have that one throughout our life. Maybe we will have those ones where we have pause, where we chose to be quiet, where we did not want to have anything and anybody around us. And maybe for a couple of years, we don't have anything and anybody on our palette. So you see, I'm not saying I don't know, but the whole situation really made me think on the whole experience, because it doesn't matter you are young or middle-aged or young in your heart and young in your body, and you call yourself a 60, 70 or 80-year-old person, doesn't matter. We are all young. With the very, very moment, we are very, very young, and we've got many, many good times ahead of us and many more opportunities to make those moments and weeks and months and years to make a lot of sense. So my invitation to you, my lovely listener, is that just think about that. What are you going to put on your palette? A few weeks ago, I talked to you about one side and the other side of the canvas, this year and last year, the old year and the new year. So that's really just focusing on one segment of our time here, what we are experiencing right now. But then you think about that, pause and look around and have a different view of your life. What are you really proud of? What you want to keep? What you want to create? Where are you going from this very moment? So something to ponder about for another 7 days, and I'm going to be back in 7 days. So thank you very much for joining me. This was our show, Susanna Medium, with your host, myself, Susanna Hurcher, a medium, your psychic medium through the times of change, what we experience right now. If you are interested in my work, come to my social media pages, all the pages, everything is Susanna Medium, SusannaMedium.com, always 9 letters. So from this place, I'm sending you lots of love, many, many blessings, and A1R behind the scene. Thanks very much for your support, and see you in 7 days' time. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. I'm John Capello, and welcome to the Psychic Side. I am a psychic medium from the Texas area, and I've been doing my work for over 30 years. It seems like it's been just yesterday since I started, but lots of things have changed in the 30 years that I've been a psychic medium, and I'm delighted to join the Psychic Radio Network. You know, I'm really impressed with it. Constance has done such a wonderful job putting together a great team, and I've been watching some of the shows that are on the air, and it's just a delight. So I'm really pleased to be here. I'm back on the radio. It's been 5 years since I have been doing any radio work, but I'm happy to be here. And this show is going to be about psychic development. What I want to do is I want to introduce you to my work and to my philosophy and to the ways that I do things. And you know, I feel like everybody should learn how to be psychic, how to tap into their psychic abilities. I also feel like you need to learn from lots of different sources. You know, don't just learn from me, learn from other people too, and find those things that work for you. Because what you're going to find is you're going to find that being psychic is really very empowering. It's something that I think that everyone should do, because what you're doing is you're getting in touch with your feelings. You're getting in touch with who you are as a person, and what could be wrong with that? You know, it's very much a learning experience. It's a journey of self-discovery. So I have lots of books out there, and the one that I'm going to be concentrating on is my psychic development workbook. It's called Soul Exercises for the Open Mind. And it's in the process of having an audio version to be a companion to the workbook, to the actual paperback. But it's available on balboabooks.com, and it's available on amazon.com. That, along with a couple of other books that I have, Open the Mind, Exercise the Soul. I have a grief book out, Open the Mind, Heal the Heart. And I have several children's books that are out, books about virtue and books about angels and children, and just some learning stories. And I feel like they're good for kids, something different that you don't see often right now, especially in the bookstores. You go in there and there's lots of other content out there, but nothing really about angels and kids. So that's why I have written those books. I've developed a character called the Cat with the White Mustache. So lots of things going on with me. I travel around the country, around the United States, mainly in the region of the Midwest. I go through Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Kansas, but I've been in other places around the United States, and I've performed in some other countries around the world. So what's the psychic side? The psychic side is really the right brain. It's about developing your creativity. It's about paying attention. It's about using your gifts to not only make yourself better, but to serve others in a positive way. And it changes your point of view, because what happens when you develop your psychic gifts and you start to see things from other perspectives, it broadens your viewpoint. And some people call it maturity, but from my perspective, as you get older and as you start to pay attention to things and as you start to understand other points of view and you have those aha moments, these are things that really come into play as you grow and as you become more aware of who you are. So we're going to be talking a lot about that. We're working on a certification program right now, so that if you want to take the certification course, you can. I want to concentrate on the psychic work first before we get into mediumship. And that's something I want to say from the very beginning, that if you're going to learn to be psychic and you want to learn to be a medium, learn the psychic skills first. Learn them first, because what happens is you get all the tools, you get all of those things in place. You understand what's going on with you. You understand the language, and you understand how things work within you. And I also say that if you're going to learn to be a psychic, you should not only give readings, but you should get them too, and then you repeat. So what you do is you learn a little bit how the mechanics work within you, and when you receive a reading, you start to see how the mechanics work with other psychics. So it's a matter of making yourself your own apprentice. And if you have a support system, if you have other people around you who are like-minded, that's also gold. That's just really good, because they're going to be honest with you. If you just start out giving readings to total strangers, they might be honest with you, and usually, people are. But if they're not, then it's going to hurt your confidence. And that's something that we don't want to happen. We don't want to hurt your confidence. And we don't want anything that you experience a psychic impression to scare you either. We don't want it to be overwhelming. We want to kind of figure out what's happening when you receive these psychic impressions, and how to deal with them. So one of the things that we're going to be asking you to do also is get yourself a journal. Get your handy dandy journal, if you can see it right this. Get a journal and start to write down things. And we're going to be developing some skills. We're going to be talking about each of the psychic senses, some of the uniqueness of each psychic sense, the nuances. And what you're going to find is that there's door openers. There's things that allow you to have one impression, which leads to lots of other things that happen. And so it's really something that's enjoyable. I love it. I've been doing it now for a long, long time. The first 11 years that I did my work, I did everything in the dark. We just didn't have the tools that we have nowadays. We didn't have Facebook, and we didn't have wonderful internet radio opportunities like we have here on the Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. So what I've done is I've decided it's time for me to grow. It's time for me to expand my work. There has been so many new people that have come on board, and they're all talented. I mean, I just am amazed at the talent that's out there. But I'm one of the old timers. I'm one of the people that started out long ago, and I want to share those abilities with you. I may be able to give you insight, but I don't want to discount what you may have already learned. But I want you to see if you can enhance it and see if I can help you enhance it. So this is my goal. These are some of the things that we're going to be talking about here on the psychic side. I want you to develop your creativity. I want you to look at the news from a different perspective. And I want you to be able to discern your feelings. I want you to be able to understand whatever visions you get, those little whispers in your ear. I want you to understand the way that ideas drop into your mind. I want you to know what all of those things mean, because they're all very important, and we're stronger in one sense than we are at others. Some people are even, but most people are strongest in one psychic sense. And once you figure which one it is, then you can develop the others, because I hope to give you some exercises that will help you do that. Now, also, I want feedback from you. It's important that you let me know what you want to be talked about here on the psychic side. And if I can answer a question for you, I want you to be feel free to ask those questions. Today, I'm not going to be doing any readings. We'll be working up to that. We'll be taking readings at some point in time. But I'd like for you to kind of get a little bit of a sense of my work first, of the body of work that I have. I also write for Your Tango. It's a online magazine. Some of my work has been on MSN and Yahoo. And then, of course, you can go to my website and read some of my blogs. I have an extensive catalog of blogs that's there. So it's like I say, after 30 years, you have a body of work that you hopefully can share with a large group of people. And that's what I want to do. I want to open up some of my belief systems to others, because I feel like I'm not very much different than most people, but I also feel like I may say something you haven't heard in the past from other people. And if I have, then I feel like I've accomplished something. So please feel free to send me an email, john@johncapello.com. I'd appreciate it if you go to my like page on Facebook and like me there. Now, we'll be supplementing the show periodically with YouTubes and maybe some TikToks, all under my name. And so I hope that you'll do that as well. So for my first show today, I just want you to kind of know where we're going to be going with the program, and as we get better at it, we will invite you to join us with readings and more interaction. But today, I just wanted to just kind of get the scene set. So I appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate Constance for all of her support while I've been trying to get on board here on the Psychic Radio Network. It's going to be fun. I'm going to be here for a good while, I feel. This is a place for the psychics to come. You know, so many other platforms use psychics kind of on the side, or they are not the main focus of the work. But here, the psychics are the main focus. And I think that's great, because we're all in this together, and I think we can learn from one another. And I want to be able to share the things I've learned over the past 30 years from my mentors and other people that have influenced me in my life. And I want to be able to work with you on the material that I already have present in my books and other literature and writing that I have on the internet. So that's really what I wanted to talk to you about today. I appreciate you, like I say, you tuning in. This has been fun for the first 15 minutes, the first show. And with that, I want to just say thanks again, adios, and we will see you next week here on the Psychic Side and on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. So thanks again, and we'll see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, blessings, everyone. It's Tammy Petricelli here in Newark, Delaware. And I hope you're having a lovely day because we've got a little bit of sun coming back out here today. For those in California, we send prayers, energy, and blessing for those affected by the severe weather out there. And I know you're probably unable to join us for what's going on, but we want you to know that we are with you. We are with you. So last week, I forgot to announce the winner of the free reading. So Kaylee Green, please contact me. I did put it on my Facebook page. Please contact me. You have won a free half-hour Zoom reading with me, and we'll get a date set up and get that call so it's conducive to both of our times. So congratulations. So, watch Moonstruck.tv or listen to A1R Psychic Radio because you never know when I'm going to run another contest like that. And all it takes is liking my Facebook page and making a comment about either A1R Psychic Radio or Moonstruck.tv, whether it's my show or another show. Just put that in there and you'll be entered in for the next reading, for the next giveaway. Okay, so I'm going to real quick tell you that you like this. Spirit Circle is tomorrow night. I run Spirit Circle on Zoom every month, the second Wednesday of each month, and tomorrow is 111-22. And it's not just me, but it's all the people that I'm mentoring, or most of the people that I'm mentoring for their development, developing their gifts. And we keep the group small, so just about everyone, usually everyone, gets some type of reading or message. So if you're interested in that, you can find the information on my Facebook page, Tammy Petricelli Medium, or Pike Creek Reiki and Healing Arts. And the information will be on there. It's 7:30 to 9 Eastern Standard Time. It's only $15 and you're practically guaranteed some type of reading. So we invite you to join us for that. And then there are other classes. If you want to develop your mentorship, join us or look on Facebook. It's not too late, even though we started a new class. They're all videotaped so that you don't miss a class, so you can catch up if you miss us live. All right, we have Priya. Priya in England. I missed the town because I was writing. Sorry. London.
Just in London, yes.
Hello, Priya. I was just near you last month. I was in Stansted, Montfichet.
Oh, wow. Goodness.
Yes,
Amazing.
I spent a week there at Arthur Findlay, studying with some of my favorite mentors. So, Priya, do you have a question for me, or would you like me to connect with a loved one on the other side?
Yeah, I have a question actually. And it's really just, I feel like I'm having a sort of existential midlife crisis, and I'm just really looking for some clarity about, what direction to go in, particularly with work.
What direction to go in with work, you said?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, all right, let's see. Priya, what I'm really feeling with you is that you're at a point in your life where you want to actually slow down your work. You're not liking the pace. Would you understand that?
No.
That you want to slow down, and I'm feeling the need to travel.
Yeah, very much.
Yes. And so I want to see what they say about that, because I don't feel that you're comfortable with the idea of just taking early retirement, but trying to find a way to either stay or do better in the financial aspect with less hours, that is going to allow you a little more life experiences and travel. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm feeling that you've already made some decisions. Now, whether you have taken action on them or not, I feel like you've already begun to make some decisions about this, about how you would want to do this, whether it's being able to work more remotely or adding. Are you considering actually, whatever you do, going out on your own so that you can work more remotely?
Yes, absolutely. And I have also very much been thinking about traveling.
That's where you need to go.
Yeah.
That I want you to feel comfortable about making that move. And as with any change, there's always, a little discomfort, a little surprises. So I don't want that to scare you off, because I feel that your personality is, you like to know where you're going, what you're doing, and you like to have things in place. You understand that?
Absolutely.
Yes. So, when spirit wants to help you grow, growth is uncomfortable. It means doing things that you're not used to. It means doing them in a way you're not used to. It means things not always unfolding perfectly as you want them to. And I don't want you to fear this. I saw a great meme this year that really, really affected me. And when I shared it with my husband, it really affected him too. And here in America, Europe gives much more vacation time than here in the States.
Yeah.
I mean, people literally use their vacation time for their surgeries and, family funerals and things like that. It's terrible. So the meme was, you work, that the average age now for retirement is 70. The average age of transition to the afterlife is 81. That you're going to work 50 years to possibly enjoy 11 years of retirement. And at that time, in your 70s and 80s, you can't do the things that you can do in your 30s and 40s, even your 50s. Take that when things don't, think about that when things don't go as you wanted them to go. Because sometimes we don't get what we want, but we get what we need. And I'm feeling like this is lesson time for you. You're at that crossroads. Do I stay with what's comfortable, what I know and works, or do I venture out and attempt to do what I want? And I want to encourage you to do that, and to not say, well, this didn't go how I want, now I'm upset. No, I want, when those happen, okay, what's my lesson? Because the quicker you understand and learn your lesson, the faster it will move forward for you. And spirit won't say, oh, you didn't learn it this time, I'm going to throw another apple at your way. Okay. I
have, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead, please.
Well, I moved house in April of this year, and I'm sort of renting a place until April 22 till April of this year. And, I might have a teenage daughter who's still in school, who has another year and a half to go at school. But I'm just really, I don't know, I feel like I never really wanted to live in England, even though I've lived here my whole life. And I just have this longing to move. I don't know, I have tried over the years to move to different places, and it just doesn't work out for one reason or another. And I don't know, I just feel like, am I dreaming, or, is there really that possibility for me?
We always say that, am I dream? It's just dreaming. It's just a pipe dream. It's a dream I always had. Well, let's make this a manifestation. Let's make this what you want. Yes, you are definitely where you are. Is definitely temporary. I wouldn't even be surprised if you renew your lease for another year. I don't think you'll renew it a third year.
Yeah.
I do feel you moving more towards a more remote. I don't know if you're in the city now, but I feel more remote or more country atmosphere for you in the future, smaller, because I feel that you won't need as much space. You'll understand that you can do with less. You understand that? And I also feel that, have you not been to your, say, family's home country?
I haven't for a while. I was supposed to be going when the pandemic happened that time, but I haven't gone since before then.
Yeah. So one of mine trips was canceled. I was supposed to go for holidays. But I just got back. I was there for Diwali.
Oh, lovely. Wow.
Yeah, it was lovely. But I'm seeing you definitely go back. And also doing more, like almost like a circle trip, like not there and back, but a circle trip, hitting other areas. So Priya, the message today for you is to go for your dreams. They aren't pipe dreams. You're going to manifest this when you set your mind to it. Okay. I want to thank you for calling in, and I feel very positive things for you. So thank you so much for calling in today. Thanks for watching. I'll see you right here next week, same time, same place, Moonstruck.tv, A1R Psychic Radio. Namaste. Have a wonderful week.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight on the 4th of January, which means two things. It's our first show of 2023, and tomorrow's my birthday. So by the time this show ends, I will be an older but wiser man. So that's it. And there's a story behind that, by the way, that the 5th of January is, according to most calculations, but not all, the 12th night of Christmas. And the 12th night of Christmas is generally the Feast of Fools, the Festival of Fools, or the Feast of Fools, in which the Pope of Folly is crowned. And what they do now, mostly, if you look it up, they'll say it's celebrated on or around January 1st. But it's January 5th. Now, the thing is that back in the dark ages when I was born, if a child was delivered up to January 4th, that child was tax deductible for the previous year. And so, of course, I was born a day too late, and I always suspected that my parents held that against me. I have no idea why. Also, now, if you celebrate the Christmas season and the 12th night of Christmas and all of that, according to the Latin American tradition, the January 6th is the day they celebrate Christmas. That's the when the wise men arrived. And is that Epiphany? I don't even remember. I've lost my catechism. My catechism was chased out by my dogatism or whatever that's called. But this is I was born on Christmas Eve in the Mexican tradition, and since my father was a Mexican, that I was like a Christmas present, I suppose, which is, I'll save that for the psychiatrists out in the audience. I have no idea why. My sister was born really close to Valentine's Day, but several years before me. And, oh gosh, this is, so the January and February stuff in our family was never really. We thought that all these holidays revolved around us as children, but that we were very sorely disabused of that notion quite early on in our adult lives. So here we are, and I have a special guest tonight. I'm going to bring my special guest right on now. I have a guest who's going to help us out to see what the year is going to be like. I have with me Baby New Year. So I'm going to ask Baby New Year to give us a little hint as to what the future is going to be like. Not sure I like that. Not too sure that that's a little bit alarming. But look, that's what we have the magical window for, so we can look and we can see see what's coming up in the future. Now, I generally disdain fortune telling. You will meet a tall, dark stranger who will max out all your credit cards, is the way it usually goes. But it is an interesting aspect of this. What we want to get pretentious about it. What we call what tarot readers do, divination, divining things, looking into the future. Yeah, but it's more than looking into the future. We can look into the past. What happened? See, I'm convinced. I've given this a great deal of thought, and I was thinking of writing a book about this, but the book would be about a page long, and I don't know what am I going to pad it with, right? What is the first thought that the first human being had? Now, I'm assuming that we're going to describe a human being like maybe a Neanderthal. Science has now come to believe that the Neanderthal was much smarter than we were, which is probably why they made an exit. But there may be Neanderthals among us. I don't know. The Homo sapiens sapiens, which is what we are, categorically speaking, unless we identify as Neanderthal, but that's a whole other ball of wax I don't want to get into. The whole idea is that somebody had the first thought. Now, there's a group of people who believe that the first ape who became a human did it because that ape grabbed hold of a magic mushroom for dinner one night and opened, and consciousness existed. I have a feeling that the first thought that ever came into a human mind was, let's see, how can I phrase this delicately? What the hell was that? You know, the human being is walking around, foraging, doesn't know it's a human being, which is not a unique situation. We see that all the time these days. Shuffling up the cards. And a bolt of lightning strikes. That's the first thought. What the hell was that? Where'd the sun go? What's going on? What was that? And I think that's where the chain of thought began with that. Now, I believe, and this is not a unique to me. This is why, and I'll explain this to you. This is why I think divination can function. We carry the memories of everybody in our past who's it was GNA. I don't even know what that means. It was DNA we carry. This is not as far-fetched as you might think, especially since now, you see, for years, people thought about I think it was Linnaeus's, was it Linnaeus? The theory of inherited characteristics, which they said was ridiculous. The idea that you could take 5 generations of mice and cut their tails off, and then they would start giving birth to mice without tails, which of course never happened. But they're now finding out that it's true. There is such a thing as inherited characteristics that get passed on. The study was done with rats, of course, these poor little rats. They were given an electric shock after smelling something specific. There was a specific aroma that was created that doesn't exist in nature, so there could be no mistake that it wasn't, to get rid of that coincidental thing. And they shocked they shocked the rats upon their smelling this. So naturally, anytime those rats smelled that again, they went into a fear response because they didn't want to get shocked. And the shocking part is that the rats' offspring did the same thing. The offspring of the rats were born afraid of that aroma that doesn't exist in nature, that was created in the lab. So how did that happen? There's all kinds of theories about the morphogenic field. You can look up Rupert Sheldrake. I have some stuff about Rupert Sheldrake at my website, magic-works.com, MAGIC-works.com. But science is never wrong. Scientists are always right. I think we learned that over the last couple of years. So they're not going to say, holy mackerel, we've been making a mistake. There is such a thing as the genetic transmission of inherited characteristics. They don't call it that. They call it epigenetics. What it really means, epigenetics, simply means that what these rats learn, their offspring will know. Now, that's odd. But imagine the power and the knowledge that you and I have access to if we can get to what's contained in our DNA. And this is why when people ask me, for instance, if they're delicate and tactful enough, how old I am, which, since I brought up my birthday, that's why I feel it's fair game to do that. I will tell you now how old I am, because I get asked this a lot. I'm about 4 billion years old. That's the age of the DNA that I carry. That's the age of the DNA that you carry. And that's pretty good. Just tell people, first of all, they're going to think you look damn good for your age. I'm laughing now because I'm thinking of Al Lewis, who you may remember as Grandpa Munster. Although his name wasn't Munster. He couldn't have been, because he was Lily's father. So he would have been Grandpa something else. But we think of him as Grandpa Munster. I knew him. Almost everyone in New York knew him. So this is not an accomplishment. It's knowing him. To me, he's always going to be Sergeant Officer Schnauzer on Car 54. Where are you? But you can find some wonderful interviews with him on YouTube that were done by, I believe, the TV Academy, the people who give out the Emmy Awards. And they were fascinating stories that he's telling. And he likes to make a point of saying how good his memory is for somebody who's 93 years old. Well, of course, he was probably in his late 70s at that point. He just loved to tell people he was about a good 20 years older than he was. Because, I go around telling people that I'm, whatever my age is, let's face it, if I say I'm 93 years old, no matter what my decrepit condition, they're going to say I look pretty good. But you're 4 billion years old, man. You are. The material that makes up your body is, well, first of all, it's the food that you eat. We turn the food into ourselves. But the whole thing, genetically speaking, is billions of years old. Now that they have looked into what they call epigenetics, there's an astonishing possibility that we carry all the memories of everybody in our family line, of the experiences, everything. You see, this is why you forget where you put the car keys. You carry in 4 billion years worth of memories in your body. So sometimes you're not going to remember. This is what I believe is one of the things that tarot does, and is not that this is some magic thing. You know, it's magic in a sense. And magic is just the name given to science that they don't have any explanation for. But we can bypass certain things. I mean, this is nothing new. Carl Jung talked about the collective unconscious. Morphogenic fields this is the fascinating theory of Rupert Sheldrake's, and he keeps amassing evidence, which is that our memories are not stored in our brain. They're stored in an electrical field around us, and our brain is just the thing that we use to tap into that. As he used to say, and this will show you how long he's been thinking about it, if you pulled a couple of tubes out of your television set, you're not going to receive the Johnny Carson show. But that doesn't mean that Johnny Carson was in your TV, does it? You see, because it's an electrical field. This goes a long way to explain why all these flocks of birds can zoom around in the sky and all turn on a dime and not bump into each other, because they're one mind. And who knows? But I'd urge you to look into that, because it's fascinating. And through meditation, we can contact things in our past. I mean, this I know. This is something I have a very strong memory of. At the age of 4, my parents were looking at a movie on television. That's how we saw movies at home in those days, you know. And it was a biographical film about a prominent entertainer. Probably probably the most prominent entertainer of his generation, and his recordings still sell to this day. And I'm talking about like he was dead for years when I was 4 anyway, but not that many years, but dead. I sat there as a 4-year-old watching them watch this film, and things would be shown in the movie about the life of this person. And I said to my parents at a couple of points, that didn't happen that way. That didn't happen that way. No, that's wrong. That didn't happen. And they were flabbergasted. Now, are we talking about reincarnation? Was I perhaps reincarnated as somebody who knew that person? I'm not going to be arrogant enough to say that I am the reincarnation of that particular celebrity person. Because you notice everybody who's been reincarnated was Cleopatra or Caesar or some great Roman general. Nobody was the guy who cleaned the latrines. You know, this is what I find peculiar about the reincarnation stuff. Everybody was somebody really important. But I knew at that age that and over subsequent years I explored this, and I found out that yes, those things I pointed out in the movie were contrivances of the screenwriters to move the story along, and they didn't happen. But that was very odd, and in order to get in touch with that, my parents bought me a bunch of records by this particular person. But I could see that at the age of 4, that I must have remembered something from somewhere. And now, given the theory of epigenetics, which is really the discredited theory of inherited characteristics has been renamed by science as epigenetics, we find that what we learn we can pass along somehow. I'm sure if a rat does it, we can do it. So what a remarkable thing that would be. I mean, my family on my father's side came here. How was your father's side? That's the old joke. It's doing fine now. They came here to the New World. They were banished by the Spanish Inquisition, which is another remarkable story all on its own, which I'll get into one day. But that's how the Camarena family got here to the New World, was being banished by the Spanish Inquisition. So I come from a long line of political refugees. My mother's family came here from Germany and Belgium. But they were from originally Chicago anyway, but they didn't know that. Now that bears some explaining, and I will tell you that story one day because it's a lulu. It's just a really weird one. But they came here in response to the Nazis, which means, to save their lives. They were, on my mother's side of the family was on the Hitler death list, which is, again, another story. But so looking at it from going back to the Spanish Inquisition and then to the Nazis, how my parents happened to meet on a crosstown bus here in New York City in the late 1940s is a wild thing, because they were both descended from refugees. So we can get in touch with all of that. And wouldn't you like to do that? Meditation is a way to do it. We have things like the Akashic Record. Now, what if the Akashic Record is nothing more than tapping into your genes? You see, I have a pretty good Akashic Record meditation that I can recommend by Tara Sutphen. The name might be familiar because I mentioned Dick Sutphen, her father, I believe it's her father, his meditation, the Telecrux system for remote viewing and contacting people. And I can tell you from experience, it works. It does work. Tara Sutphen has a meditation which I would urge you to try and find that and try it, because it's about the getting in touch with your Akashic Record, which is to see what your past was like. And wouldn't that be astounding if what we're really talking about is tapping into the information in your DNA? Because it all had to start somewhere. We all have the same DNA. We just different configurations. It was such a mystery to me when I was little. I used to say to my parents, and this is probably what drove them to drinking. If everybody has like two eyes and eyebrows and a nose and a mouth and two ears, why do they all look different? You try explaining that to a kid, and you try getting a school teacher to explain that in kindergarten. I was very quickly, I might add, thrown out of kindergarten. They threw me out of kindergarten and put me into the first grade, which I loved, because all I wanted to do was to learn how to read. Now, why was I so desperate to learn how to read? I knew the answers to everything was written somewhere, and I really desperately wanted to read. Could it be that I knew something genetically? I don't know. So look up epigenetics sometime. And because that's what I think we're doing with tarot cards. I think with tarot cards and other divination techniques, what we're doing is bypassing all that stuff, all that baggage we've accumulated during our lifetime, which is endlessly playing in our minds, and getting in touch with the DNA of our ancestors. That would be so edifying if we could unlock that, if we could do that. Haven't you all had glimmers of something in a deja vu kind of way? I don't mean like the instantaneous deja vu where you put down a glass of orange juice and then you think, wait a minute, I thought I just did do that. And I'm talking about the big scheme of things. I'll give you one example before we get to the readings. A couple of years ago, as many of you know, my wife had a terrible, terrible accident, and she was in a hospital here in New York that dealt with that kind of surgery. It was just a really horrific accident, and she went through a lot of stuff. Well, I went to visit her at the hospital quite a number of times, and on one of the occasions that I went there, I took a stroll afterwards, just because it was very stressful for all of us all that time. So I took a walk, and I found a park in Manhattan on the East Side, around 17th, 16th Street. And it was a park, and it was split in the middle. I just hit the microphone. Sorry for that. I feel like I just hit you guys in the head. It was split right down the middle, this park, and part of it was on the east side of the street and part of it was on the west side of the street. And I stood there dumbfounded because I had been there before in my dreams. I have dreamed so many times of being in that park and in that place that I knew that when I turned my head and looked to the west side, I knew exactly what the buildings would look like over there, and that's what they were. I had been there. I didn't know that such a place existed, and I'm a native New Yorker. And I just never had occasion to go there. And if I always wondered where this place was. I didn't know where to look. And there it was. There it was. I had been there. I had seen it. I have pictures of it now that I look at now and then. And it's just, to me, it's remarkable. Just remarkable that it was there. Now, when did I see it? Interestingly enough, there are no cars in my dreams when I see it. There are horse-drawn carriages. So you see, this is what we're carrying. Now, obviously, this would be a comparatively recent thing. I'm not looking at memories from DNA that were stored 600-700 years ago. I wouldn't mind doing that. But between our dreams and things like tarot cards, I think we can access this. And I'd like to work something out someday, and maybe I'll record a meditation and I'll make it available to everybody here. And we'll do the research. What do you think of that? If I may, let me know. My email is asktarot@earthlink.net, or you can find a contact page at my website. Obviously, I wasn't a technician in a previous life. If there is a previous life, I think my previous life, like your previous life, is everybody's life before you. But that's neither here nor there. But I will make that available when I get that ready, do that meditation, and anybody will be able to download it and slap that in a music MP3 type player if people are still using those with earphones and earbuds. See, I'm getting hip now, right? Earbuds. And then we'll see if you pick up memories, and then we'll discuss that, and we'll see. Maybe that would be a good thing for a seminar that we could do, a webinar. Why don't we kick that around? Because I would like someday in the future for somebody to be strolling through the Museum of Epigenetics and say, and this wing is dedicated to the listeners of Ask One Radio who proved that there is such a thing as memory embedded in the DNA. So there. Let's all make history. Well, I've been talking long enough now. This is what happens when I miss a few shows. I was on last week, of course, but I had missed about a month of shows before that, owing to wonderful illnesses. But I'm back, and I get full of chat, as they say. So let's do this. Let's ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space so that we can get right smack down to our first reading for the night. Here we go. And let's see, what do we have now? Okay, we have Savannah in Easton, Maryland. Hi, Savannah. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Savannah. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm a real babbler sometimes, and
I enjoyed hearing it.
Oh, thank you. Today was one of those days. So, what can I look at for you?
I'm gonna just let the universe tell me what I need to hear, whatever comes to you. Nothing
Okay.
specific.
Let's see what we've got here. These are some interesting cards, and I'm going to ask you in a very circumspect way because it's strange here. The first is the Nine of Swords. That's a card of sorrow and sadness. Did something bad happen to you recently?
Maybe not me, but the people around me.
Oh, so there is some sadness around you. That's something going on. Okay, because the next card is a card I rarely get. It's the Hanged Man. And that is a person who is making sacrifices and deliberate sacrifices. You're giving something up in order to get something else. Does that fit what's going on in your life now?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay. The rest of the cards here are interesting. The King of Swords is telling me the court cards and the swords especially. Swords are mental activity. The court cards, the king is about the manifestation, the appearance. Those cards go from the knight, which is potential, to the queen, which is stabilizing, to the king, which is control and mastery, to the page, which is the appearance, the actual appearance of. Well, so what this is telling me with the King of Swords is that you're really developing and mastering a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing the world. And the next card is the Eight of Cups, which is a person who is either doing this now or ready to do it or considering it, which is leaving things in life that aren't working for you and going to something better. Because you're seeing things very differently now, and you're growing and changing, and you want something better, and you're working towards getting something better. Now, am I in the right ballpark here?
Yep, you're on the nail.
Okay. And after that, which is fascinating, is because this is purely an intellectual thing. Your mind is changing. Your mind is growing. You're seeing things differently. But the Knight of Cups is here. And remember, the Knights are the potential beginning of something. And cups, unlike swords, which are mental activity, the cups are emotions and emotional activity, sometimes even romance. But what it's telling me is that the way you're growing mentally is going to lead to a rebirth of wonderful happiness and emotion in your life, that things are going to be very good emotionally. Now you're working towards that. In other words, you're going to feel a lot better. Okay. And you're working at it. This is your doing. Now, I want to tell you one thing I see here that I don't particularly like, but there's really not that much you can do about it, except maybe if you're perceptive enough, judging by these cards, to know about what I'm going to tell you. There's somebody around you, at least one person, who is spreading gossip about you, maybe sneaking around, not acting in your best interest. Do you get that feeling that there's somebody doing that?
Yeah, probably.
Well,
without my knowledge, yeah, probably.
Yes, yeah, exactly. This is a person who's sneaking around. I don't see that being very successful at all. I think that person is headed for trouble, because the next card for that person is the Judgment card, which is getting what you deserve for what you're doing. And I don't think, you don't worry about it, is what I'm saying. I'm only bringing it up because I think that you're aware of it, that you feel it, that there's somebody who's doing things behind your back. And, when we get that feeling, the first thing we think is we must be paranoid. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think that, that kind of thing. But the cards are telling me that there is at least one person who's doing that. Now, that is not out of the question. When you start thinking differently in life, you're going to lose friends, and people are going to say, what happened to you? Why are you so different now? What's going on? And that's a current that we have to fight. But there's somebody who's just spreading gossip about you, and it's not going to work out very well for that person. It's not going to affect you badly at all. Okay, so if you're concerned about who this person is and what this person is doing, don't bother, because that person is making a true punishment for him or herself. So so you're going to be okay. You're just going through a period of change, and you're going to be getting rid of some things in life that you don't like, and you're going to be changing that, and you're going to start feeling really, really good, because this opened up with that sorrow that's around you and some kind of sadness. But the sacrifices you're making and the new way that you're thinking is going to lead to a whole new way of feeling. I'm going to, look, this is great. This is the card I would have liked to see earlier. It's the Six of Swords. That's a person who has the energy and the willpower to get from where she is to where she wants to be, and will succeed. So that's very good. You're gonna have an interesting year, a year of growth. Okay.
I feel it.
Beautiful. And see, that's that's why I can see from the cards that you're very intuitive. That's why I wanted to mention.
Well, when you were saying the stuff about the person or whoever's out there speaking ill will of me, there's probably a few people that I could think of that it could be. But I'm not worried about it, because what comes around goes around, So I know I'm a good person, and I put good out into the world, and that's all I'm worried about,
It's not going to go well for them. That's all I can tell you from that. So.
That's rude to say, but good. That's what they get, Maybe they'll learn a lesson from it.
Yep, that's the lesson to be learned, is that there's a lesson to be learned. That's the first thing. So maybe they will learn. Maybe they'll be better for it. I just don't see them succeeding. I mean, I see them. The cards I have are kind of difficult for them, So you'll be fine. Just keep in mind that the efforts that you are making to improve the way you're doing things and your life are going to be successful, and they're showing success right now. In fact, okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliot, the friendly neighborhood esoteric blabbermouth. I get into this. I always think, what the heck am I going to talk about? What am I going to say? What is there to talk about? And the next thing you know, I'm giving you a rant about the Spanish Inquisition and epigenetics, which now I'll probably be up all night trying to design a meditation that we can all do. If you have any suggestions about that, please let me know. I mean, it's not like I'm going to use it to make a fabulous sum of money, because I'm going to make this available to this meditation I do. When I do it, I'm going to make it available to everybody at no charge, because that's the kind of hairpin I am. You see, that's the kind of language I think I used in about 1919. So there you go. Amy in Jackson, Michigan is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. Thank you for
Amy.
taking my call.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well.
Thank you. What can I look at for you?
I have a question regarding, I don't know if you can get, I know there's timing involved with an injustice, a situation that needs to be resolved involving myself and my kids.
Okay, well, let's see what we have here. Well, the Emperor is here, and the Emperor is a card. It's not exactly a card of justice, but it's an authority figure, and everything. And I see this working out okay, but not yet. There are indications that there's more time to go here. The first card I have is the Four of Swords, which is about taking time out and a break from things. Then I have the Emperor card, which tells me that somebody's going to take command here. That somebody's going to take charge of this. Could be you, could be someone you bring in, whatever. There will be somebody who will come in and help out. And the next card is the Ten of Cups, which is perfected happiness and a happy family, and it's very good. But the next card is the Three of Rods, which is saying, but that's going to take time. And it's going to take, again, the cooperation of somebody else. So that's what the Emperor is telling me, and this card, the Three of Rods, is telling me that there is going to be somebody who's going to come in and help this situation out. And the next card is the Wheel of Fortune, which means the situation as it is now is going to change. And then the Judgment card is here, which means that it'll be almost like a rebirth, and you'll get what's deserved. Everybody's going to work out. It's a form of justice, but on a very deep spiritual level. So I think it's going to work out for you, but it's going to take a little bit longer than you're comfortable with. Okay?
Okay.
But you're on a good path here. I'm not seeing any speed bumps. I'm just seeing that it's developing slowly, and there's somebody else is going to come in and be involved, and that is going to help work it out.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get anything else on timing here. No, you see, I'm not. Well, there's another card, the Ten of Coins and the Ten of Cups. These are cards of completion and happiness and joy. So there's that good stuff is there, but I also have like the Chariot, which is you're in the position. The Chariot is a person who's holding, the illustration symbolically is a person in a chariot with a black horse and a white horse, opposites, yin, yang.
Mm-hmm.
You are in the middle of conflicting forces here, and you're holding it together. And that's very difficult.
Right.
but you're doing it, and so that's that will continue for a while. But the outcome is good. The outcome is going to be very good. Here's a card, the Seven of Rods, which is about the person with the ability to sweep away all difficulties. So what I'm getting here is that ultimately it's going to work out to everybody's satisfaction, but it's going to take more time than you thought you wanted it to take.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, it's worth checking back with me in a few months and see what you get. If you can't get through here again, you can always drop me a line at my email, asktaro@earthlink.net, and I'll take a look at a few more cards for you. And that will continue. We'll consider that a continuation of this reading, because here's another one, like the Six of Rods. It's a card of great success. It looks like things are going to work out, but not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't sound like a cop-out, but that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah. It's been like 10 years. So
wow.
It's been a long time.
Well, that Wheel of Fortune is a good card in that it's saying the situation is going to change. And here's the Hermit, which again is like a person coming in to guide you. That's a person holding a lamp. There's all indications that what's going to get this moving is somebody who's going to come in and help you all with it.
Right.
But like I said, not now. I'm not talking about another 10 years, but not as soon as you want. It's going to require a little more patience. But you have the strength to do this. The Four of Swords is also a reminder to give yourself some peace and some downtime and some meditation time and some relaxation time also, because what you're doing, according to these cards, is very stressful. But you're doing it, and that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's rewarding, but it's difficult. But it will be.
For the kids involved as well. Yeah, I'm just concerned about my boys involved as well.
Joe, I see that there's a lot of, I'm seeing, like, here's the Five of Rods. It's not a pleasant situation. There's strife. There's battle. This is not terrible battle, but it's enough that it's weighing down on you. But there will be, let me give you this. This will help you. I think this will be something to keep in mind. I have the Lovers card here. The Lovers is one of the cards in the tarot deck that's been misconstrued deliberately in many movies to be like a thing about purely romance, but it isn't. This is a card about having to make a choice. You're going to know that this is approaching a resolution when you're faced with a very deep choice that you'll have to make about the situation. So then you'll know that it's starting to come together. Because I really don't like giving readings that say, well, this is going to happen, but it's going to take a longer time than you thought, because that's just so open-ended and vague. So I like to look for some kind of hint as to when you can recognize that time. And the Lovers card is here. And there's the Hierophant, which is a card of religious authority, but it's, again, on the larger level, it's an authority figure. This is, again, there are three cards now telling me that somebody is going to come in with you, not against your will. I mean, somebody who's going to help you work it out. You'll know that time is coming because you'll be asked to make a very deep personal choice. And don't let it freak you out, because I see that you're going to do the right choice for whatever it is you need to do. But just know that when that choice appears, that's the sign that the time is coming for this thing to start moving into a resolution.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, that's helpful.
Okay, so keep that in mind. And like I said, drop me a line anytime you want, and I'll, after some time goes by, a few weeks, a couple of months maybe, and then if you can't get through again, and I will be more than happy to pull a few cards for you, and we can see if this thing is getting off the ground and moving. Just remind me, because I do so many calls and I don't catalog them all in my head. Just remind me about it, and I'll be more than happy to look at some cards for you and consider that a continuation of this reading.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Best of luck to you. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards for a moment here. And Let's see what we got here. There we go. Corinne in California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, so glad to be here. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. What can I look at for you tonight?
Let's see. Maybe more, I guess I'd say my spiritual development this year.
Okay, let's see what we got. Well, that's interesting. These are some interesting cards here. This is, spiritually speaking, first off, I got the Six of Cups here. The Six of Cups is about influences and memories from childhood. So there are things that you've wanted to do for a long, long, long time in your life, and I think you're planning on doing them, and you're going to do them. Is that something that's coming up?
Yes, very, very much so.
Okay, well, you're going to be happy with this. I've got the Ten of Cups, which is great happiness. I have the Star, which is a card of optimism. And then I have the Justice card, which it's an interesting card to appear here, because it's as if somebody has not treated you fairly, but you're going to get justice for that. In fact, you're going to be quite successful in getting justice for that. Is something like that going on in your life now?
There's quite a few of those scenarios going on, and especially the last few years.
Well, these cards show that it's going to work out okay. The World card is a card of assured success. The Justice card, of course, tells me that here's another, the Six of Rods, which I just had earlier for another caller, is a card of triumph. The key to all this, I'm putting one card above it to see what the key is, and that is strength. That is the card of strength. It's going to require effort on your part, but you know that because you've been doing this.
I can't just be sitting and watching the workout video and not do the workout.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Believe me, I know that feeling. But I think you're going to be fine. The spirituality is going to come from the things that you want to connect with from your past. Ambitions and not. I'm not a big believer in ambition, but I mean that not in the sense of like I'm going to conquer the world and climb the tower of. I mean, it's your ambitions are more personal, and there are things that you may have always had in your mind from childhood on, but you put it aside, and I see you getting back to those kind of things. And that's rejuvenating in a spiritual way, but the justice is coming. You don't have to go into any details about any of this, but you have been mistreated, and you will be getting justice.
That is such a relief. So I feel like coming, but it's nice to have that reassurance.
Yeah, because sometimes we think maybe we're too close to it and we're judging it wrong. But yes, that's definitely here. You're waking up to a bunch of things in life, and you're entering. Well, I've got three more cards here that are fascinating. Two of them are they look ugly, these cards, but they're not at all. They're very good.
It's one insight that counts, right?
Yeah, well, let me explain to you, because I only have a couple of minutes here. The Ten of Swords, that shows a person lying down in the mud with swords in her back, and the Death card is here. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to get killed. The Ten of Swords means that life has thrown its worst at you, and you're still here. You're going to get up. The Death card means that the end of one part of your life is coming up and the beginning of the next phase is coming up. And the Ace of Rods is there, which tells me that there's maybe a whole new business career, making money doing something that you like and you've been wanting to do, because I've got the Eight of Coins here too, which is a person working very diligently at a new job. So it looks like there's growth coming your way, but the important thing is that the bad stuff is ending. The phase of your life that you're not happy with is coming to a close, and the next phase that you're going to like is beginning.
That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
My pleasure. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well. Have a beautiful night.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. And let's go right to Susie in Georgia, because we have a few minutes left to see if I can work a reading in for Susie. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, thank you so much.
Well, my pleasure. What can I look at for you?
Well, I just want to see kind of what the new year is bringing for me, kind of what to look forward to in the next few months or for the next year. So just something more general.
Okay, well, oh man, these cards are almost boringly happy. I mean, seriously.
Okay.
These are really good. These are really, really good. The World is a card of assured success. The Ten of Cups is about great happiness and perfected happiness. The Sun is about healing and growth and renewal. The Ace of Coins is about the possibility of making money coming in a new way. And then the Three of Coins, that's an interesting one. That relates to, in a literal way, getting a project, completing it, and being successful at it, and being recognized for it, and leading to other things. And all of this is coming. This is in the works now. This is looking very good here, because I've got the Eight of Rods. There's a lot of good stuff just headed your way immediately, almost.
Okay.
So there you go. I mean, if there's any new ideas for making money, you're going to have them, and it's going to work out for you very well.
Okay. Well, that's good. So what do you think as far as like changing your career, or just something more on the side?
It's about the money more than just like a new career. It does tell me that there's an opportunity is going to come up, and it could be within what you do now, or it could be new. That we'd have to take a long look at another. I'm running out of time here, but I can tell you this: the Seven of Cups is here, and the cups are important. The Ace of Cups. These are the Seven of Cups about a very fertile mind, a good imagination, a way to see many possibilities and do many things. And the Ace of Cups, which is the beginning of emotional satisfaction and joy and happiness. These are all coming your way, and that's just really nice stuff. Like I said, there's health and healing and growth and happiness and success and more on the emotional side than the practical side, but the practical side is there because that's the coins. But it's looking very good for you. I've got to run, but that's what's you're good. It's going to be a very interesting year for you. In short, just in terms of your emotional life, it's going to be quite good.
Okay. Well, good. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you for calling, and I'm going to light a candle because I didn't have much time to talk to you. I'm going to light a candle as soon as I'm off here. It's a white candle to send some positive energy your way. How's that?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now.
All right.
And folks, that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, show 360 or something like that. I've lost track at the moment. But they're all over there at the archives at askoneradio.com. And let's see, what I got a couple of minutes here that I can tell you. I am working on something, by the way. I'm restoring a book, which is something that I need to do for myself, because my vision has been severely restricted in the last year and change. About the last year and a half or so, my vision has been severely limited. But I'm restoring a book. I've got the scans of the pages. It's a book from 1833. And I'm doing that, and it's going to be something interesting. It's a very influential book from 1833. So, but that would be a good price for it too, by the way, wouldn't it? 1833. But it's about solitude, and I'm bringing that up because we touched on this in the other shows and briefly last week. that people are feeling so disconnected now, especially because of the lockdowns and because of working at home, and people feeling alone. And there's a mental health crisis cooking right now. That's part of it. And this is a book about an old book about what being alone does. The good stuff and the not so good stuff, but it's worth seeing the good stuff. Personally, I've got the makings of a hermit, so that's right up my alley. But I will let you know as that passes. As that progresses, I may have an introduction that I'll append to it, but probably not, because it's a big enough book, and it's been around a long, long time, and there are certain copies available elsewhere, but they're bad. They're very bad-looking copies, and that's why I'm doing a digital restoration, and it's going to be as good as new. And I will let you know about that, too, because solitude is important, but it's been imposed on us. In all of this, they said, well, when they did the lockdowns, well, we're going to get poetry and symphonies and all that, and what we got was, suicides and angst. I know one person who wrote a play during the lockdowns and actually got it produced. Lucky dog. That's a good thing. But I'm glad that somebody did it. And that means that there's other people who did it that I don't know about. So if you have something that you did that's special during the lockdowns and all of that period of forced aloneness, let me know, and I'll be happy to let the world know about it. I'm at asktarot@earthlink.net. So I am out of here until next week. Until then, if you, my email again is asktarot@earthlink.net. If you want to know more about what I do, that's magic, magick-works.com, and go to the occult jewelry page there, because there's a sale going on, and I put about 4 or 5 new amulets there. So I'll see you next week, and I look forward to it. And remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift right back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
totally accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R Radio, my show, my segment every week, Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. I am here every Tuesday, 1:30 Pacific Standard Time, 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. And today I'm going to do a reading on the air. But first, I just wanted to do what I love to do, and that is just to kind of like keep people updated on the happenings of anything going on right now. I like to go into planets just because there is valid facts to what happens to us when the planets are doing something and their positions. So I think it really takes like getting used to looking at the way that the planets are aligned and the mathematical equations involved in the universe and how the solar system works for people to fully appreciate why that would make any difference in our lives at all. And the fact of the matter is that I have found that it really does make a difference. And it can be nice to look at what's happening with the alignment of the planets and the moon and just stop and think about how that might affect us and then to prepare for it. It's always good to be prepared, right? So I really urge you to kind of just start to follow the basics, and that can help you to prepare for things that are going on. Now, right now, last night, I made a video on my TikTok account, which is Anna O, that's 2 N's, ANNAO, intuitive. So you put the little @ in the search bar, and then you do Anna O intuitive, and my page will pop up. And I did do a little segment there just explaining in detail what's going on with Lionsgate right now. It's actually happening from July 28th to August 12th. And last night was August 8th, which is basically the peak of Lionsgate. And we use this time basically as people who know the reasoning of the universe and why we should care based on ancient studies from Mesopotamia, Babylonians, Egyptians. It's a basic knowledge for thousands of years for many people who follow it, and they have an advantage. And I want to give you the advantage. I want you to be able to have an advantage for your life and what you want to plan and create for your environment and your life. So last night was the peak of the portal. That means that that's the time to manifest. And we still have until the 12th. We still have until August 12th, 2022 to manifest and set goals. The way you do this, just in simple terms, is you write down exactly what you would like to create as if it's already happened. And then you say it out into the universe. Some people go outside. Some people will put it on a piece of paper and burn it. And then it's kind of symbolic or maybe energetic, where the smoke will rise up into the atmosphere and send your message to the universe to make it happen. And I like to really tell people about this river of information that I tap into regularly when I do readings, and it just goes straight around our planet. It is part of the solar system as a whole. It is made up of intelligence, and it's a river of intelligence that flows around our planet. It does have a lot to do with the universal vibe and the universal consciousness of the planet, which just means what is the frequency on today? This can go all the way from like the entire planet down to a country, down to a city, down to a house. And it can all flow together. It's important that we know this because I think this education can really help people understand that if they're feeling really blah, or there's something going on, they just can't put their finger on it, or they've had a really bad week, a lot of other people are also dealing with the same thing. The planetary alignments can really have a lot to do with that. The first thing that I would advise you to really look at, just to Google, a nice, plain, simple Google, is Mercury in retrograde, but all retrogrades basically will affect us in some way. And we just went through a heck of a time with 6 planets in retrograde. But the good thing is that right afterwards we have Lionsgate. So it kind of helps us process all this stuff with all these retrogrades. And then suddenly when we have the Lionsgate portal, we're able to manifest what we want. We're able to send the things that we want up into this river that goes around the universe. It's kind of like this universal consciousness. You send it out there, and that can make things happen. I wouldn't ever discount how powerful we are, how powerful our thoughts are. And if you really want to manifest all the good things to come, this is the way to do it. This is the time to do it, especially until the 12th. Of course, you can do it anytime. And especially around the new moon is a great time to set goals. You can do it anytime, but really there are planetary alignments and things going on year round that we can take advantage of. And if you know the math and you know the reasoning behind it, that it isn't just a bunch of woo-woo, that there's some concrete evidence to this, based on people's experiences, based on mathematical equations, based on lots of things. And now even NASA is recognizing horoscopes and all these retrogrades and things as affecting us, since we know just basically that the moon, full moons especially, affect human beings. We know this because it affects magnetically the water. You know, you can look at the ocean and say, oh, the tide is changing due to the full moon and the new moon. It changes. Well, we are made up mostly of water. What does that tell you? If there's an electromagnetic or a magnetic pull to water, what does that mean around the full moon? It means it affects our hormones, which basically affect all human behavior. So any emotion that we feel is in response to a thought or something in our environment that creates a hormonal exchange or production. That hormone will dictate how we feel physiologically. This is also tied into our spirit. Anatomically, we have a spirit body, which is also tied to our physical body, and they're all tied together. And it's really important to know how these things are affecting us and those around us. And I would just like to go further to explain that when we put substances into our bodies, everything from food and our diet and our hydration level to our substances such as alcohol, marijuana, other street drugs, or even pharmaceuticals, that is all playing a part in this holistic element of health, mental health, and our behavior. So when they say behavior is 100% choice, I would like to align with that. But in addition, I would like to also include sometimes behavior is highly influenced by these external circumstances, forces, magnetic poles, or substances, even pharmaceuticals. A lot of people, for some reason, have not been educated on the fact that, especially medications for mental health, if you're coming off of them quickly or you're coming off like as a withdrawal, you get withdrawal symptoms, which heavily affect behavior, and can even, in some instances, cause hallucinations or delusions and lack of sleep and things like that. So, or even physical sickness, illness, nausea, things like that, headache. So I think it's really important for people to understand that they can't really trust the source of who's trying to sell them these things as a good guide. I think it's good to know like what research has been had and all of that about it, like from people's personal experiences, and then go by your own personal experience and talk very closely to your doctor about those experiences. Half the time they won't even know what you're talking about. Other doctors who have more experience with these mental health medications will know exactly what you're talking about, or will be able to help you to slowly come off of them if you feel the need to start another one, or if you just want to come off your medication and replace it with things like diet, exercise, meditation, yoga, whatever, and of course it's not bad to take medications. It's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying do it responsibly, like anything else. Any other substance that you put into your body, you have to know what you're doing. I've never drank growing up. I've never been an alcohol person because I know the danger spiritually in that. And not to judge anybody who does, but just to say, I have no idea how to drink. I don't do it because I wouldn't know what it does to my body, really. I don't have experience in that. And I don't really know how long to wait to drive. I don't know how anything. I just don't know. So I am not going to run off without knowing what I'm doing and start drinking at a bar and try to drive home. That would be ridiculous. So this is the same concept, that we don't put things into our bodies, including food additives, where you're not reading labels and things like that, without knowing the full consequences or what to look for. Because some people's physiology will align beautifully with some of these additives that they put in food, and they'll be fine and they'll just detox it within a month. And other people are going to have a serious neurological effect or physiological they'll have symptoms from food additives, even like red dye is one of the things that they found can significantly be problematic, especially for children neurologically, or even adults. There's just all these different things that we really need to explore and just be well aware of before we put things into our bodies. And I would even go as far as to say that energy can affect our bodies very negatively. If you're around somebody who is toxic, or you just feel awful after you're around them, they tend to make little remarks or things, and you're like, every time I'm around this person, I feel terrible or I have a bad week. You know how you feel after an interaction with somebody. You can stop and think to yourself, did that person affect me negatively, or do I feel better now that I've been around them? And most people are good and most people have a great effect on this, but there are those people that we really need to either take in small doses or just set really clear boundaries on for our own mental health and well-being. And unfortunately, sometimes that can be family. And, all family have different personalities within their family unit. And that's nothing to be ashamed of if you need to set boundaries on someone in your own family. It's very common. I think the majority of people that I work with, that's their biggest issue, is having to set boundaries on people in their family and to know what they can and can't do. And knowing your capabilities and what's good or bad for you is actually a strength. It's not a weakness, and nobody should be shamed for that, especially in the sense of, oh, so-and-so is your mother or your father or your uncle, or, you don't have to put up with any sort of negativity or mistreatment just because you share some of the same genetics or family line or adoption or something like that. There's literally no reason for anybody to put themselves in harm's way and literally change the trajectory of their life path permanently because they have guilt over somebody else's opinion. I think in that instance, it's a good idea to tell that person with that opinion, this is my reasoning, this is my choice, and we're going to leave it at that and set a boundary on them. And in that instance, you're also teaching that person how to set boundaries and being a great example for them so that maybe they can try to initiate that in the future, or they can at least start to understand that respecting boundaries is important. So I know I just threw a lot at you. You can always rewatch this video and go back and kind of figure out, what I was talking about. I go kind of quickly because I want to make sure I take full advantage of my time here on the air. But I also want to talk about how crystals can actually aid in healing in our energetic fields. So we have started to understand that this isn't just, those crystal gripping hippie things that Native American once told me. Like people who believe in the crystals and all that are like crystal gripping hippies, and they scare him. I thought it was that's always a funny perspective when I was speaking to a Native American man, but it is more than that to me. I am really keen on understanding how this works and learning more about the science behind it, because I am very factual based. A lot of my experiences in working with anything is, how does it affect me? How does it affect the loved ones around me? That is my test subject, myself. If I grab a crystal and I love it and it makes me feel good and I know that it's good for my electromagnetic field, that's my proof. If I, for instance, what happened, this is the reason why I even believe in crystals, is that my son, when he was smaller, we all went to the lake and he went into the river and he grabbed a jade. He found a jade stone, which was exciting, right? And it was this beautiful green color. And on the way out, I had a dehydration headache. So I'm driving and I'm like, oh dear, I have a headache. I should have drank more water earlier in the day. We had a long trip home. And he's like, well, Mom, just put this jade to your forehead. And I was like, okay, sweetheart, I thought it was the cutest thing. Of course, I'm going to put the jade to my forehead because, it's cute. And I put the jade to my forehead and my headache went away within 10 seconds. My headache was gone completely. And my son was looking at me like, told you so. So don't ever underestimate things that just aren't studied or researched well enough yet. Your research is your experience. So I have a caller now. I believe it's Cindy on the air. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Are you in New Jersey?
I am.
Oh, okay. How is it out there? Is it warm?
Warm, very warm.
Okay. Well, what can I do for you today? What would you like me to focus on? Do you have a question or?
I wouldn't say I have a question. Everything, is going pretty good with me right now, excepting that part of my life, my love life. Is there anything that you can tell me about what's going on regarding my love life?
Yes. Well, first of all, Spirit is showing me that this has been a really difficult thing for you, the relationship part of your life.
Yeah.
I mean, you say you have a little trouble with it, and Spirit is saying this has been a very heavy burden for you. So that's the first thing that Spirit's showing me. And we tend to kind of downplay, what we're struggling with, for obvious reasons. But it's just, Spirit is showing me this is a very heavy thing for you, that you have dealt with one disappointment and kind of like a traumatic experience after the next. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
And the thing is that Spirit is saying that so far you've been settling for certain behaviors where it's more or less, it's not even like the person that you're with at the time doesn't care about you or really, really love you. It's that they have their own things they're dealing with. And that when you're making these connections, you're kind of not seeing the long-term consequences of the things they deal with. And it's more or less like having an understanding of looking at the trajectory of your life path if you're with this person and what these initial things that you're coming across may turn into, such as I'll just use an example of if I really don't think that I could ever deal with somebody drinking or having a problem with alcohol, I would probably want to date somebody who doesn't drink. And so I think Spirit is just showing Spirit is just showing me that sometimes I think maybe that you're just kind of overlooking some things. It's not your fault. It's just kind of a pattern. And it's basically like you're trying, what I'm seeing is like a balancing money. And I know sometimes when Spirit comes through with these things, it's hard for us to hear because I know I've had to hear these things myself. But Spirit's showing me, that this is really just like a thing about balancing, getting your emotional needs met and your financial needs met. So right now I'm kind of thinking about something that I was going over with a client earlier, and that was that when we are in a relationship. Now, are you married long-term or in a long-term relationship, or are you dating?
I was married to my husband for 22 years and put up with a lot of nonsense with him and his family, and so I am currently not in a relationship, but I started seeing someone about a year later. And so that has been on and off, and I'm not sure what's happening right now. There hasn't been any contact for some time. So, I wouldn't say I have been in a lot of relationships, 2 or 3, but just have no luck.
Well,
it just doesn't matter what I do, to keep things together. It just,
It's a hard thing to get through a 22-year marriage. And you said that he put you through a lot. Yeah. So not only are you recovering, it's like, you're new to the dating pool, and it's so much different than 22 years ago. And, I can imagine that would be really hard to navigate. And there are a lot of people on social media and things like that, where they guide people through how to weed through the ones that are wasting your time. And I think that you're like me. We're probably very similar because I've been with my husband 20 years, and I can attest to the fact that I would be terrified to go date. If I weren't with my husband, I would be terrified because, and I'm not telling you to be terrified. I'm just saying that it's almost like relearning an entire new construct of dating. And there's, websites and all of these other things. There's so many decisions to be made all at once, rather than just meeting a really nice person and then kind of picking your favorite. It's like kind of confusing, I think. And a lot of people use means of texting and these cell phones to just leave somebody hanging. And the idea that somebody is just not, I mean, did this man just not get back to you? Is that what happened? Like he just hasn't had contact with you?
We have been talking, well, in a relationship for the last 2 years, and just going through a lot of ups and downs, and just not seeing eye to eye with certain things, and we kind of like, okay, just let it be for a bit. So I'm not sure where that's going. I'm not sure if we're even going to make contact with each other again. I'm not sure. I'm just letting it be. I am not one to push anything or to, so I'm just letting it be. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, if it's something that I should pursue or just let it go. I just don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, it does feel.
I know he's going through a whole lot and having a really hard time trying to figure things out for himself. But, I know the love is there on both ends. But, like I said, I've been in a relationship, a marriage for 22 years. I just don't want to, kind of go through anything like that again. So I'm kind of protecting myself in some ways, So I'm not sure if I should pick up the phone and give him a call, or if I'm going to hear from him. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to look for some guidance and,
I understand. I think that you sound very level-headed. You sound really wise. You sound like you really know what you're doing for the most part. And I feel like Spirit, the thing that I got from Spirit just now is to tell you that it's always good when things aren't working out with one person. You're kind of spending all of your focus on that one person, and then you kind of get tunnel vision, like that's the only person. So Spirit is saying, go ahead and date around. Just get to know a few people, a quick coffee date. If that, and that just makes it nice and gradual and no pressure. It's just really nice. And I know sometimes we feel like, well, we've been with this person and we are taking a break, but I think if you kind of knew what else was out there, it would give you some leverage with a contrast to kind of see what's out there, who's out there, and how, there is a lot of variety. There's like over 7 billion people on this planet, and you have a lot to choose from. So Spirit is urging you to open up your heart and your possibilities a little bit more, but always be careful and don't have expectations, because this is a whole new human being with all these faults and good things, and we have to pick and choose which faults we're willing to live with, and it's a process. So Spirit is just saying you will find the person who you will be very compatible with, but it will just take time, and it will take kind of like shopping around. It's like, if you like, I don't mean to like compare humans to shoes, but like, you want that perfect pair of shoes, and you sometimes have to go to like a few different places to get the ones that really work. And this is really just shopping around and making sure that you get the best possible option for the best deal.
Okay.
So that's what Spirit's showing me for you. But I do see that you will find him. You will find the person that you need. I do not think this person that you've been seeing is the person for long term, but I always like go back and make sure people know every person you come in contact with is there for a reason. And they teach us something. They could be sometimes transitional. Person. Yeah, they're sometimes a transitional person, and sometimes they're just there to guide us to the right person. And that's okay. It doesn't mean that they're not worth anything. They're very valuable to our lives, and they're very important. And you are also to them. You are very important to him. You've made a huge positive influence on his life. And I think that's important to remember, that it's not a waste of your time in this instance. And I think more or less what is a waste of our time is when we're dealing with somebody who's there to manipulate us, or, anyone in our lives, to manipulate, to use us, to play with our emotions and our mind to get their needs met with a total disregard to our needs.
Yes, so I agree.
That is what, I think is the thing to kind of watch out for in today's dating pool. But I think that you're so balanced, and you seem to reason very well. So I think that it worries me more when I hear like somebody getting out of like a 30-year marriage and they're devastated because the first guy that they went out with just ghosted them completely, and they feel so duped and ridiculous. And they, it was like the first time they had the courage to actually make contact with somebody, and they didn't want to seem too vulnerable, or they told the person very vulnerable, and the person just completely disregards their emotions entirely. So that's really what I'm more worried about. You seem like you're going to do just fine. I think you have a lot of life experience, but Spirit is showing me this is part of your healing journey to be with this man that you're talking about now, and that you have more work to do before you'll be with your person long term.
Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for your for the reading. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, that's about it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a wonderful day. Thanks for calling in.
You too. You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. So sometimes I do have to deliver some message from Spirit for people that is, kind of hard to take. And I did get that vibe from her when I was telling her that she's picking guys that are basically not always going to meet her needs. They have issues, and she's kind of overlooking the red flags. I think that she'll do a good job, but she kind of needed to hear that because that's part of her own learning. And I know that I've had to do the same in my past. So it is hard to hear, and it is kind of hard for sometimes for people to like get that message, but in the long term, it's good to hear. And, it's important to know that being a people pleaser when you're dating is not going to help, and it's not good, because dating is an exchange, and dating is going to be an energetic exchange. And so if you're not learning from the person temporarily as a kind of like a transitional person, it's really important to look at that person as long-term. And if they aren't long-term, and they're playing with you or whatever, they're just ghosting or dropping out of your life, then you definitely don't want to waste your time, because there are a lot of manipulators out there. There are a lot of people who don't even realize that they have the issues that they have, and it's our job to protect ourselves from that. So anyway, that's my time for today. I have another show next Tuesday at 1:30 Pacific Standard Time here on A1R. And I thank you so much for joining me today. You can always reach me at AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com if you'd like a reading, or if you'd like to work with me. I also do life coaching, and I teach people how to use their intuition. I'm also at Anna Olson Intuitive on Facebook, Tiny Medium Queendom on Instagram, and Anna O Intuitive on TikTok, which is my biggest platform right now with my biggest following. So I have a lot of educational stuff there for you for free. So thanks so much for listening. You can always contact me via this video too. So have a wonderful day, and I'll see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from JohnCapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Psychic Side. I'm your host, John Capello. I'm a psychic medium from Texas, and Dave wanted me to sing his name, so I'm singing his name. But today I'm going to depart a little bit from my plan. My plan was to talk a little bit about how to develop your psychic ability, but we're still talking about the new year. So I'm going to give you some thoughts about the new year because most of you may be new to me and new to the way I do things and the way I think. So I usually talk a little bit about astrology, and then I talk a little bit about numerology for the new year. I do some psychic stuff too, but we don't have a lot of time today, so I'm just going to kind of get right into it. I'm a little concerned about this year. Last year, we're going to start with the numerology, if that's okay. Last year resonated the number 6. Now, you might say that, well, 1/1/2022 resonated an 8, but I don't know. I think the general energy was of a 6, and that was the year of responsibility. And I don't think we did too well myself, not with high inflation, and we have so many different problems in the United States. And I mainly look at the United States chart because if you're an American, what goes on in the country really affects us. And I just don't feel like we've done that good of a job. And so we didn't act as responsibly, at least our government, as I would have liked for it to happen. And so we're paying the price for that. We're kicking the can down the road, if you want to call it that. And so I'm a little concerned. Last year, I had hoped the year end would be better than what it was, but it didn't happen. So this year, we're going into a 7-year. A 7-year is, for me, a little bit of a cleanup year because instead of you having to deal with the responsibilities or heavy responsibility of the 6 energy, you see in a 6 energy, if marriages aren't working, they usually break up because sometimes that's the responsible thing to do. Sometimes people pass away and you have more responsibilities because you have the end of their life things that you have to clean up. There may be financial burdens, there may be some other burdens, but acting responsible is the most important thing. So this year, in a 7-year, 2023, we turn inside, we look at ourselves and we say, who are we? What is going on with our soul? Do we really want to use last year as a foundation for growth? Or do we need to clean some things up? Do we need to get some things straightened out? This is a year for soul growth, a year of, some people might say, solitude. You might want to turn inward, and you might want to look inside yourself and say, hey, look, what's my spiritual life like? Am I growing spiritually? Because we have to have that balance between the physical and the spiritual. So many times we want to keep up with the Joneses, and we want to just completely, keep getting ahead. And we have to do that. I want you to get better. I always want you to do well in your life. But the thing is that if you're not getting better spiritually and you're not growing, then really it doesn't matter. We've got to have that peace of mind. We've got to have that feeling that that we have a clear understanding of who we are. You know, they say money isn't everything, and there's a lot of unhappy people with money, and so we have to be careful of that. We're not that person. So this is a year for us to grow, and that's another reason why I wanted to spend a lot of this time on the radio and on the television here on the A1 Radio Psychic Network. I should have said that, and Moonstruck TV. We need to maybe develop our psychic abilities, develop who we are as far as using our gifts and using them for the good. So next week we'll return to that. But I want to talk a little bit about astrology and why it's so important to look at the astrological aspects that are affecting the United States right now. And I don't know if other astrologers are mentioning it on this network or not. I have to look and see or look at some more of the shows. But right now, there's a very, very unique aspect in the chart of the United States, and it's called Pluto conjunct Pluto. Now, if you're not an astrologer, you go, what the heck is that? Well, Pluto conjunct Pluto, in the case of the United States, means that it's in the exact same place that it was during the American Revolution. And I mean, today it is right on the barrelhead as we speak. And it's going to be there for the next few days or so before it goes to the next degree. But what it means is it means that this is a Pluto return. And so many of the problems that the people of the United States or the colonies at the time were dealing with are now being felt now by us who live here in the United States. An oppressive government, corrupt government, and because that's what Pluto is. Pluto is about corruption. It's about turning ugly things upside down, and it is in Capricorn, and Capricorn is government. So it is transforming our government, and so there are consequences that are in the process of being revealed about the government, and so we need to be cognizant of that and hold on to your horses here because things could get uglier before they get better. But let's just hope that there's not too much violence or any violence, because we don't want to see violence. Let's hope that things can be handled in a civil manner, and that our institutions here in the United States can withstand the trials that it is undergoing. Plus, we have a big problem with our mainstream media. Saturn is in the third house of the United States. The third house of the United States has to do with communication. For me, it's media. And Saturn, wherever it goes, it cleans things up. You know, it's like that broom, and wherever house it's in, and it highlights those things that need to change. And that's what it's doing. And you're starting to see people like Elon Musk, and you're starting to see other media outlets having to clean up their act a little bit. We're just at the beginning stages of that. Now, that's going to be manifested over the next 2 to 3 years. And so hopefully when we come out on the other side, it'll be much better. But it is also buffeted, or it's also being challenged by another aspect in the third house, which is Neptune. Neptune is called the great deceiver, the great dissolver. And it can dissolve careers, it can dissolve companies. When people are deceptive, they are facing a reality check. And I think the media is now starting to have to deal with reality. And if you notice, in so many careers on the right side and on the left of the media have been ended because of false reporting, because of poor personal behavior. And what gets me is they don't seem to care. You know, they don't seem to care that their reputations were destroyed. But we're going to see more of that, and we're going to see some things revealed about media and media outlets. And so hopefully some of those things are going to get cleaned up. Now, moving to the fourth house, which is home, which is the homeland, about patriotism and those sorts of things, all things that involving the land. Jupiter is there. Jupiter is the planet of expansion, but sometimes it can be overexpansion. And so we have seen an economy that has overexpanded and has too much money in it. And so now we're in for this fall. And so it could be we could have a big fall by the end of this year. So let's hope not. Let's hope that we can continue to grow, and that people will have cooler heads, and that we'll get things like our border taken care of, because it's not being taken care of right now. Another thing that is worth a note in the fourth house of the United States is that Chiron is there. Chiron is the wounded healer. So the United States is worried about taking care of everybody else's problems, but it can't heal itself. So that's an aspect that I hope that we can resolve as well. Then finally, Uranus is in the fifth house. It's the house of gambling. It's the house of risk. It's also the house of politics. So we've seen some unusual elections. I'm not an election denier or anything like that, but Uranus is that planet that causes unusual things when it is placed in someone's chart. Now, it's in all of our charts, and it's all affecting us differently because it's in different houses. But these are things that astrologers look at least I do. And if you have an individual chart that you need to look at or want to look at, I'm happy to do that for you. I'm available. If you want to go to my website, johncapello.com, and set up a time for me to look at your chart, I'll be happy to do that. I need your the time of birth, the day, and the place where you're born, and just go ahead and make that appointment, and we can set up an hour appointment with you. Now, you can talk astrology all day long, and I gave you a very, very quick synopsis of what is going on right now in the United States. I'm not real happy. I would like to see things get better. I'd like to see people get along. I'd like to see the deception stop and just be honest with people and be a little bit more authentic. And if we can do that, then I think that we'll all recover and things will get a lot better for us very quickly. But we're in this major transformation because of Pluto, just like we were in 1776 when the United States broke away from Great Britain. And for many of the same reasons that we broke away from that country, we're facing some of the suppression that the government is trying to impose upon the population right now. So that's my take on things. This is a year for spiritual growth, a year for you to learn about your psychic abilities, a way for you to grow in other areas, to try to clean up things that need to be cleaned up from last year, maybe make amends for past behaviors, or look for people to have some forgiveness of your actions, or maybe for you to forgive them, because it's just important. So this year is going to be an interesting year. Like I said last year, I said if you're small and you stay in a situation where you can control your environment around you, you're going to be just fine. But if you have overexpanded and things have gotten too big for you, then it may be hard for you to get out of it. So with that, I want to start to wrap up the show and just tell you thank you once again for joining me today here on the psychic side. We're going to get back to some psychic development next week. We're going to talk a little bit about how to set the stage for your psychic ability. So I'm glad that you had the opportunity to join me today here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. I'm delighted to be here every Tuesday at 4 p.m. So I hope that you will continue to tune in and be a part of our new growing family. So look for me on Facebook. And if you find John Capello Psychic, please like that page for me. It means a lot. So thank you so much. And I hope that we get to talk again next week. And I hope you'll tune in. So take care.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Jacqueline Close-More Live with Jacqueline Close-More. Jacqueline Close-More. Live from jacqueline.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Jacqueline Close-More Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Jacqueline. You're on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and Happy New Year to all of you, no matter where you are in the world, whether it's morning, afternoon or evening where you are. So, yay, 2023. It's kind of interesting watching people going, can't wait to say goodbye to 2022. And some of these people are like doing this in front of kids, and it's sort of like, look, I know it's been tough, all right? I really get that. It's been kind of weird and chaotic and hectic and just strange, right? Strange few years. But I think it's really good to sort of say, all right, well, I'm looking forward to 2023, but I think also the other thing is it's like people going, oh, 2023, what were you doing? And it's sort of like, yeah, you know what, just make the best of what you got. That's not what I would sort of look at. You know, this year when we get through to the Chinese New Year, which I pay far more attention to, although the kind of influence of the Western calendar and Mercury retrograde just smack bang in the middle of that is kind of just wonderful. Sarcasm noted. But, you know, when the Lunar New Year comes through and the Chinese New Year, we're looking at the water rabbit coming through. Now, we've had the water tiger in 2022. We've got the water rabbit in 2023. So we'll be looking a lot about housing, homes, looking at things that help create calm and feeling of family versus anxiety and dissociation and all these sorts of things. And it'll be a 7-year, which is the Chariot card. And this is all about sort of movement, travel, oppositions. There can kind of be conflict, which, hello, Ukraine and Russia and all that sort of stuff. I mean, it's going on, isn't it? And we're looking also right now, while Mercury's in retrograde, and the US, is it the House or the Senate? I'm not quite sure what you call that thing, but I'm watching you guys, your representatives are voting 3 times and unsuccessfully to find a speaker for the House. And it's like, okay, that's very Mercury retrograde. It's very kind of our times, isn't it? Because we've got all this sort of chaotic energy going on. So what is Mercury retrograde and why does it matter? And should I blame my life's complications on Mercury retrograde? No. Should we blame things on the moon or any other planet? No. We can look at the influence of it and go, oh, okay, all right, might want to learn a bit from that. When Mercury's retrograde, it's kind of a time to be very flexible about your plans, to allow extra time to get places, allow for weird and unusual communications from the past, allow for weird interruptions to your journey, you know, cancellations of things, cancellations of appointments, you know, and even like long-held secrets coming out to do with the past, you know, just resurfacing during Mercury retrograde, but also this kind of discord and arguments you're sort of seeing playing out in the US House Speaker position right now. It's kind of like, I've got these ideas, well, I've got these ideas, and they're not sort of meeting in the middle terribly well. You know, so I think the thing to do is to, when you're looking at really heavy or full-on planetary influences, not to go, well, it's that planetary movement's fault for that. It's like, no, we're human beings with free will. And get into a whole theosophical argument about that one. But sit back. If you don't know what to do, you don't have to know what to do necessarily, unless you've got an overdue parking ticket you have to pay or there's a bigger fine. Then obviously you've got to do that. Yeah. So it's sort of like taking care of the fundamentals, taking care of the things you must take care of. And it's like the things that you don't have to respond to straight away, just maybe want to sit back, maybe just allow for the flow, as chaotic as it is, to kind of do what it's going to do. And you can even find that decisions you make or people you meet at the start of a Mercury retrograde, by the end of that retrograde period, you can sort of be going, wow, okay. Or you can even be changing your mind. So it's good to keep sort of flexible about things and allow for, changes and challenges, and even for your mind to change as you go along, in that. And the fact that we're ending 2022 on a Mercury retrograde and starting 2023 on a Mercury retrograde, which goes direct on the 18th of January, yeah. Just try and be kind to yourself and other people during this period. If someone kind of cuts you off in traffic and they seem like they're in a daze, probably avoid them, yes, give them extra space, but, maybe kind of allow for the fact that something might be going on for them. Sometimes we don't know what's going on with someone else. And, a bit of patience and observance and at times avoidance is really helpful there. So rather than, I guess, tailgating them and finding out what happens if they brake check you, I think, give them that extra space. And an analogy my son and I like to use when someone is being really awful in traffic and is just, like, what is going on right now, is to say maybe they pooped themselves. Just follow this line of thought. Maybe they pooped themselves and they got to get home to clean that up. Or maybe they're about to poop themselves and they got to get home to the toilet real quick. And maybe they got lactose intolerance. I don't know. But it kind of makes you a bit more empathetic, but kind of amused in a way. I mean, not that that's necessarily amusing sometimes, but, it can kind of make it a bit lighter and realise there might be something going on for that person that, is adding to their erratic behaviour right now. And I think if we kind of do that, it can free us, because we're not expecting of them something they're not going to do. We're not raising an expectation of how they should behave. And it's really good when Mercury's retrograde, or when you're dealing with very mercurial events, which Mercury rules travel, it rules, communication. So things like phones, printers, computers, travel like planes, buses, trains, your car, I think it's just good to just sit back sometimes. I used to be able to time down to the minute when I needed to print out work for call staff in the call center I was working in, rather than have them working via the computer, because I'd actually print this out ahead of knowing when the servers were going to go down. And so while you're printing this out, Jacqueline, what's going on? We've got computers for this. And I'm going, whoops, I accidentally printed the work out. Oopsie-doo. And then, boom, the servers would go down. So there was no database. You couldn't watch it. And, of course, I'd printed this out with the contact for people I had to contact and, the jobs I was assigning and this sort of thing. And I'd go, oh, it's lucky you printed that out, isn't it? And I go, yeah, it's luck. No, I knew that was going to go down. It's like how using that intuition, I would look through the database to find the person that would actually be home and would actually be happy to drive 25, 30, sometimes 80 miles for me. And the price at which I reckoned they would agree to do that, like the petrol pricing, fuel. And then this is when I first started in this place. This is a couple of decades ago. And I remember going up to the manager and going, look, I'm about to call such and such in such and such to do XYZ job for us. And, what's the maximum I can give them in mileage? Because I'm thinking that if I offer them this amount, they're going to agree to the job and do it. And they go, have you got them on the phone? Because that was process. You rang them on the phone, you asked them to do it, you then got them to agree to a mileage, you then got approval for the mileage, and then you got back, But by the time you did that with some people, they would just be, oh, look, this sounds like too much trouble, I'm just going to go. And so I said, well, no, but I know they're about to answer the phone. And they're like, all right. And, of course, I'd get them on the phone and they'd answer, and, yes, they'd agree to that amount, and, yes, they'd go and do that job. And I had 5 times higher assigning and stick rate with those subcontractors to do those jobs, because I knew where in the database to look because I was following that instinct. Just like I knew as a supervisor to print out the work because the servers are about to go down. So when Mercury's retrograde, stay flexible, but use your instincts. It can actually help you a great deal to circumvent things, like the time that I checked in way early for my plane flight, quickly got to the cafe, quickly got my order, had my laptop fully charged out, and got my order onto the table, sat down, and the whole airport lost power. I was fine. So don't blame the planets, move around them. That's what I would suggest. Now, I'm going to be at Rye this Sunday, the 8th of January, which is on the peninsula, way down in the peninsula of Melbourne. And I'll be doing live stage readings 11:30 a.m., free to the public. You just pay entry and you get all these lectures all day long. And I'll be doing free live readings demonstration for the public and also a talk on how to access your gifts. And I'll also be available for reading from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's when the expo's open. If you want to catch me down there. If you're not in Australia, sorry about that. You can always catch me online. And by phone and video appointments, no matter where you are in the world as well. In the meantime, I'm going to wish you a happy week and a happy new year, and I'll catch you next time. Lots of love, Jacqueline. See ya.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Let's just reaffirm Happy New Year to everybody around the world. It's an amazing time of the year, I think, when we all sort of head into the new year with such positivity and such excitement and all these great intentions. You know, whether you set New Year's resolutions or whether you just set intentions or you sort of write yourself a little list of the things that you're going to achieve this year, it's amazing how quickly we forget those, or we'll do them next week, or we'll put them off till next month or whatever. My New Year's intentions this year was to have a little bit more work-life balance. As I've mentioned before on previous shows, I'm a little bit of a workaholic. You know, last year I set the intentions of not working weekends and my children nearly fell over. First time ever they've known their mother to schedule off family time on a weekend. So I'm really living up to it. I actually took the day off yesterday and spent some time with some family that I haven't seen in a very, very long time. And it was really refreshing to come home and know that I'd played hooky for the day, and it really felt good. So maybe, you know, we could all do a little bit more of that and bring some balance back into our lives. And I think, you know, when we look back over the last 3 years and we're heading up for nearly the third year anniversary of when the pandemic started, our lives got tipped upside down. We all needed to reorganise ourselves, look at our world through a different lens, look at the simple day-to-day tasks that we did in a different way, whether it was going to the shops to, you know, purchase food to feed the family, or going to work, or just our leisure time and things like that. Everything went sort of upside down and sideways, and we all had to find a new normal. And now we're slowly starting to get back to what was previous pandemic times, and people are traveling more and spending more time with family and loved ones, and, you know, borders are open and things like that. It's really exciting to sort of see that, you know, when you're out and about, that people are really starting to reconnect with their roots, you know, starting to catch up with people that they haven't seen in a very long time, or making that extra special effort to attend a family event that once upon a time they would have made an excuse at why they couldn't go. So I think that, you know, we have learnt some very valuable lessons in the last 3 years. So let's continue on with them. Let's continue to move them forward. So I'm really excited to share this week's Sibley Tarot card with you this week, because it is the card of the Chariot. Now, the Chariot card is an ambiguous card because it has a few different meanings, but it's the card of movement of residence. So if you're not planning on moving residence, then delete that part of the message. It can be a journey that we need to take. It can be victory over a situation or a problem. Now, I find in readings, more times than not, it becomes that sort of meaning, that finally saying you've got the victory over a situation or a problem that's been haunting you or been in your life for some time, that you've really had to work hard to sort of bring a conclusion to, and a conclusion that you are comfortable with and can live with. Sometimes this means that we've got to balance the opposite polarities. Now, by that, I mean we've got to look at both sides of the argument, and somewhere in the middle we find balance. Somewhere in the middle of that we find the answer, something that we're comfortable with, something that we can live with. May not have been the perfect solution, but it's certainly a solution that we can live with moving forward. So when you see this card come out in a reading, look at it and say to yourself, okay, I can do the victory dance. I can do the happy dance. That there's something that really is coming to a conclusion, and something that I'm going to have immense victory over, something that's going to really bring a smile to my face because I have achieved something that's quite monumental. So don't sort of dismiss this card as something that's not to be taken seriously, because it is to be taken seriously. Now let's move on to the astrology section of the show. And I get lots of inbox messages and emails and things like that from people that say that they really do tune into this and really look forward to sort of seeing what I've got to say, and that they've learnt so much. And probably one of the most common things that people share with me is that I make it simple, that it's easy for them to understand it, to digest it, that I'm not talking in technical terms that go straight over their head, and that they feel that they're getting an education in astrology, as well as finding out what's happening around the universe, that they're starting to understand that astrology is a science and it's not guesswork. It's not something I sit in the chair and dream up. It is an actual research science, and I do, you know, consult my charts and things like that prior to the show and look at where the planets are sitting at the moment. If we were to take a Polaroid photo, which is, I know I'm showing my age now, but a Polaroid photo used to be instantaneously, it spat out at the bottom of the camera and you got an instant picture, instead of having to wait weeks for it to be developed and you pick it up. So it's like what I suppose what we'd call a screenshot today. But if I was able to do that that's what I do. That's where I look at where the planets are, what aspects that they're making, the things that are jumping out at me, the things that are important. It's that snapshot of today. That's where I glean my astrological information from. I know, you know, what the symbols mean and which houses and what angles and aspects and things like that they're making, and how that's going to affect us. So there's just a little general idea of how I do the astrology situation every week. And I do that just prior to the show so that it's on my board that I can read, and then I sort of just share with you my knowledge off my head of what I understand astrology to be. It's not pre-scripted. It's not something that I read off a teleprompter or anything like that. That is my actual knowledge coming verbatim out of my mouth as I sort of glance at the whiteboard for just what the symbolism is, and then I move from there. So to start the astrology section off, we still have the sun in Capricorn. We're down to sort of the wire with that. We've only got another couple of weeks and then the sun will move into Aquarius. So happy birthday to all the Capricorns out there. And I know it's a very busy time of the year for a lot of people. Lots of people are sort of starting to look at their finances, starting to organise themselves for the new year, the year that lay ahead. Regardless of your star sign, it is a time when we should all start to really look at the official situations or things in our lives that need attention, whether that's getting our finances in order, looking to make sure we've got the best deals on our utility and cell phones and things like that, whether it's the time to look at what doctors and dentist appointments may need to be made for the coming months, you know, organising your wardrobe, anything that's got an official sort of nature to it. It's the time now that it's asking us to address it for each and every one of us. For Capricorns in particular, they are going through a major transformation, have been since 2008, but Pluto, the planet of transformation, has only got about another 18 months to go here in Capricorn. So we're going to start to see Pluto really rev up his magic now, if you want to put it that way. And he will straighten out anything that any Capricorn has not addressed at this point. There may be some changes there. They may be asked to sort of look at their lifestyle or look at things in a different way, or come to terms with that there may need to be some altered changes in their living arrangements, or their health may need more attention than what it's done. Or it may just be, you know, looking to get a new job, or sort of, you know, really trying to find some sort of security in your life that has been a little bit lacking recently. So if you are a Capricorn, please heed my warning that you don't have that long now to listen to what Pluto's saying, because Pluto's the planet of transformation. If you don't do things or make the changes willingly, let me assure you, Pluto will come along, and it's like he hit you over the head with the baseball bat, and he will say you will listen and you will change. So my suggested course of action is, please, if there's anything that needs addressing in your life, do it willingly. Don't wait for Pluto to come along with the baseball bat and hit you over the head and say, well, I gave you plenty of warning and you didn't take any notice, so it's now my turn. So Pluto is also conjunct the planet Mercury. Mercury is the planet of communication, and this is the planet that goes retrograde, or seemingly goes backwards, 3 times a year. Now, we are currently in a Mercury retrograde. I chose not to really bring that up over the festive season, because I thought, let's just get into the new year and have a little bit of reprieve from Mercury retrograde. You know, there was going to be conversations that people would have over the festive season, the holiday season anyway, with family and loved ones. And if that meant that there was going to be a disagreement, or people didn't have their listening ears on, well, maybe that's just the way it was meant to be, you know. But for a lot of people, from what I've been seeing and hearing, is that even though Mercury's retrograde, and there's been some tricky conversations that families and loved ones have had to have, or you've had to have with your boss, it seems to be really interesting start to this year that people actually have got their listening ears on, which is a rarity during a Mercury retrograde. It's usually the time when people are so preoccupied with their own stuff that they don't really listen. They only half listen to what's going on. But, you know, at the moment, it seems to be the exact opposite, which is wonderful, because it means while Mercury's in Capricorn, people are really taking notice of the conversations that are happening around them, listening very intently, maybe not necessarily coming up with the answers that everybody wants to hear, but they are certainly listening and being constructive instead of being destructive, which is quite often what happens in a Mercury retrograde. And a Mercury retrograde sometimes is the time that you don't sign a contract because there might be a spelling mistake or a mistake in a numerical error there that, you know, could end up costing you a lot more money. I always suggest, if you've got to sign a contract or something really important under a Mercury retrograde, print it out and read it out aloud. That way you tend to pick up a mistake better than you do if you just scan over it and read it on your screen, you tend to miss it. So Mercury retrograde till the 18th of this month. So I know we've still got about a week to go. I always allow a couple of days after that while Mercury turns around and starts going direct to sort of really get the full thrust of Mercury moving forward. But this one seems to be quite mild. So if you've been fortunate enough to have to go into discussions and they've gone well, then maybe you want to thank Mercury this time that, you know, he worked in your favor as he was retrograde. So we also have the North Node. Now, the North Node is not actually a planet. It's one of the specialty parts of astrology that shows us, I suppose, in a sense, our karmic lessons or the things that we're aspiring to achieve in this lifetime. Now, at the moment, the North Node is conjunct or holding hands Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, sitting in Taurus. So, yes, it's going to affect Taurians first and foremost, but it affects each and every one of us to a varying sort of degree. So what the North Node is asking us to do is to find our highest good, is asking us to try and achieve as much as we can things that are for our highest good, that are going to put us in a better place in the world, and it's asking us to be considerate of others while we do that. So for some people, there may be situations that are going to come very suddenly, that could come out of nowhere, and that could be something very positive, like, you know, a job offer that you weren't expecting, and all of a sudden that's the answer to your prayers, that, wow, I've got this opportunity to jump ship, it's better hours, better money, it gives me better work-life balance, I'd be a fool not to take it. So, okay, but make sure that it is everything that you want before you make that change. There may be other opportunities there. It may be a time that families can mend some of those fences that have been knocked down by bulldozers over the years with people and their egos. It can just be that it's a time where we really sort of sort out the things that are really important to us. So it doesn't really matter what your star sign is, but the emphasis at the moment for the people that have got the most work to do, I suppose, in a sense, if you want to put it that way, are the earth signs, which is Capricorn, Virgo, and Taurus. So if you're any one of those signs, it's really important that you take notice of, you know, this is your time to get your life straightened out and get it moving in a way that you're going to be happy with. So finally, we're going to talk about Jupiter, the planet of opportunity and expansion, is conjunct or holding hands. Again, another specialty part of astrology called Chiron. And Chiron's where we look for what we've come in to heal in this lifetime. Now, both of those are holding hands and currently sitting in Aries. Now, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. It's a fire sign. So for many, many Aries people, I know that they're looking to sort of, you know, jump on board and get some new ideas and some new opportunities happening, and they've got some grandiose ideas. And look, nothing wrong with grandiose ideas. It's a matter of how you're going to fund it or organise it to make it happen. So be aware, even though you may start out on one tangent, it may just be the key that unlocks the door to a much bigger opportunity, or into taking it into a different way to what you imagine. So don't dismiss it and say, well, why did I waste my time doing that to end up being over here? If you hadn't done that first bit, you wouldn't have gone to the second or the third or the fourth bit. So you've got to understand that Chiron sometimes might seem like it's leading you up the garden path and a merry dance, but what he's actually doing is showing you that there's more than one way or more than one opportunity, so that, you know, it's a matter of choice and a matter of free will when you get there. Is this what you really wanted? Is it exactly as you imagined it would be? Or is it time to rewrite what you're hoping to bring in, or the opportunities or the expansion that you're hoping to develop in the next 12 months. So it may have many, many layers to the situation that you're trying to fix. So that also sort of pushes across to the fire signs of Leo and Sagittarius as well. No, maybe not quite as intense, but it is a time when they can open up a new book and start to write their own journey in the way that maybe that they may not have seen before. So for the rest of the signs, the air signs and the water signs, I'm not saying that you're being left out. What I'm saying, this is where the most intensity is going to be. We've still got lots of other things happening. You know, we've still got Saturn sitting in Aquarius, which is stirring up all the air signs, sort of saying it's now time to sort of really cement together what you really want to achieve in this next 12 months. I'll give you the discipline, the stickability to be able to achieve it. With the water signs, we've still got Neptune sitting in Pisces, so it's creating this beautiful creative watery sort of energy there that, you know, that they can sort of mold themselves into whatever that they want to achieve. And for a lot of water sign people, they're finding that they're feeling a little bit less emotional, a little bit more practical, but also very flexible. And that sort of feels comfortable to them because they like to feel that they're flexible, that they can be tipped into any vessel and take the shape of that. And they're feeling quite comfortable with that. They normally don't like being told that they've got to find answers to things, but at the moment they're sort of really relying on their own intuition, their own psychic ability, and enjoying the process. So to just quickly wrap up the astrology, we've got the moon in Virgo at the moment, so just be a little bit careful. If you're being a little bit nitpicky of those people around you, maybe bite your tongue, go and make a cup of coffee or do something else and then come back and have the conversation. Don't necessarily tell everybody what's wrong with them today. It's, you know, a day to be kind to people. We're going to talk to Dana in Manchester in New Jersey in the USA. Are you there, Dana? Dana?
Yes, I am.
Are you there, Dana? Do you have a question I can answer for you, Dana?
I guess I'm just looking to know if I'm making the right decision with the relationship with my brother.
Right. The first thing that they're showing me is the symbol of ending. So I'm going to take that the answer that you're seeking to the situation with your brother is that you've handled it correctly. They wouldn't be showing me a definite ending, change or transformation if you hadn't handled it in a way that's going to bring what's considered the right outcome. I mean, who knows what's the right outcome or what's the perfect outcome, but the right outcome for the situation. You know, you've dealt with this, I'm going to say, very squarely. You haven't just pushed it all to your side or all to your brother's side. You've tried to keep it in the middle somewhere, that it was being fair to both of you, but at the same time still taking the lead, Dana, which is what you needed to do, because I don't know that he was strong enough to orchestrate the decisions that needed to be made. He needed you to take the lead and him just sort of get on board with that. Did it cause some emotional rift there between the two of you as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, darling, that's going to take
not feeling good.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time, I think, for that part of, you know, the journey to sort of mend itself. But I want you to understand you haven't done anything wrong. So even if, you know, things are a little bit scratchy there between the two of you and you're not as close or as open as you once were because of the things that you've had to, you know, push to have resolved, know that you still had to do this, darling. It was the right thing to do. And in time, he will come to see that. You know, I don't like to say one's stronger than the other, but in this instance, you had to be the stronger one. You had to be the one to take the lead. You had to be the one to say, we can't ignore this any longer. It has to be resolved. And, you know, and that sometimes is a tough thing to do, is it not? So moving past that, Dana, what they're showing me from about April this year, it's like you can go into the wishing well. Things are going to come towards you in a way that I want you to be very careful what you wish for, because you might just get it. So make sure that, you know, you're not verbalizing things in a negative way come, you know, March, April, May. Make sure that you keep anything that comes out of your mouth being very positive. It's a time when you can sort of start to attract things towards you that are good and positive and for you. So it's going to be a big year, Dana, but I know that you've made the right decisions, sweetie, with the situation you had to handle with your brother. Just keep reminding yourself of that. There was no other way you could have gone. You've handled it the best way, the right way. So I hope that's helped you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're very, very welcome, Dana. We're going to talk with Michelle now in Westminster in California. Are you there, Michelle?
I am. Hello, how are you?
Very well, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you, darling?
I guess mostly I just would like to know about my financial situation for this year.
Okay, well, that's always a good question, Michelle, particularly at the beginning of the year. So interesting, they're showing me that I think there's still a little bit of work to be done before we can get to where you want to be. So is there still some debts or bills or credit cards or something that you're slowly sort of chipping away at, trying to get them down so that you can sort of put yourself in a better position?
Yes.
Yeah, they're showing me keep on that road. You are making success there. You are making inroads. I feel by the middle of this year, you'll be in a much better financial position than what you are in January. And you're going to look at that and say, wow, I didn't realize I'd come so far so quickly. So just keep chipping away at it, because I do think this year is the year where we can really get you back in the driver's seat of your own finances and start to get some, dollars in the bank and a little bit of savings, and put you in a position of power again where, you can start to make some informed choices about your future, because you've tidied up all the little bits and pieces everywhere. It's not that there was, you let things get out of control. I want to be very clear on that. It was just circumstances presented themselves and you had to fix the problem, so you did so, but it's left you stretched. It wasn't something that, you could have foreseen of what was going to happen. So it's not bad money management, sweetheart. It's just been life got in the road and you had to deal with what presented itself quickly. So now we're sort of trying to play catch up, but I know you're going to catch up. You're going to do really well. Is there something else that you've been looking at taking up that might have been a sort of a little bit of a hobby or something? Because I'm seeing something here, Michelle, besides your normal income, there's a little bit of extra income on the side, but it's something that you look at it and you say, oh, I wouldn't call that work. I just love doing it. It's just a bonus. I make some money out of it.
That's interesting.
So,
I've been painting a lot.
Right.
Doing
well, there's something
like pictures, painting. Sorry?
I said there's something there that you're going to make some money out of. Like years ago, women used to knit jumpers and, they did it because they enjoyed it and was pleasurable, and somebody'd pay them to do it and they'd say, oh, that's not a job. I just do it because I like it. The money's a bonus. It's something that's got a creative feel to me that makes you happy inside. It's not like going to work.
Yeah, it's the painting. I paint every day. I've been self-teaching myself. I've been self-teaching how to do paintings and get better at it. And I've got tons of them that I've been doing.
Well, I just think this is going to be a really big year, Michelle, because, besides getting your finances under control, you are blossoming like a rose, like you're past the bud stage. You're just starting to open those petals. In another few months, you're going to be in full bloom. And how wonderful is that going to be to see you sort of really sort of reaping the rewards of everything that you've been working on? I mean, it's hard to work on yourself. It's hard to be objective, and to do it and do it well is quite a feather in your cap. And I'm sure a lot of your family and friends have noticed the change in you. Some of them are probably scratching their head and saying, I don't quite understand it, or don't quite know why she did that. But that's all right. They don't need to know everything. It's not their journey. It's yours. As long as you're happy with who you see in the mirror, that's all that matters. So, took me a long time to work that out, Michelle, that you don't have to please anybody else except yourself. If they like you, they like you. And if they don't, they don't. And, that's a big one, isn't it? Because we're not taught that as children.
Right. Yes. And the last 6 years has been really, really rough. So to have a year come out good would be awesome.
Oh, yeah. But see, you've worked hard for that. That's what I mean, Michelle. It wasn't something you got out of bed and did 2 weeks on. You've done years. And I'd even go further back than that. I'd take it back to about the 10-year mark when it was just percolating underneath the surface of you thinking about what you could or would like to do, but didn't maybe have the courage to do it then. So it's not even just been 6 years. I'd take it back to 10 years. So well done, sweetie. You deserve a big bunch of flowers and a packet of gold stars. You've done really, really well. So keep up the good work, sweetie. No, but it's not an easy thing to do that. Working on yourself is a tough gig. And, it takes dedication. Yes. And you look at things and you say to yourself, I don't like that about myself. How did anybody else put up with it? And then you sort of think, oh, maybe it wasn't that bad. But, to be that honest with yourself and look at yourself for the good and the bad points is really life-changing. And that's when I think you find true inner peace, is when you come to terms with who you are, what you represent and what you believe in. And people don't have to like it. It's their choice if they don't want to, but this is who you are, and you're proud to stand on your piece of turf and say, I'm me. And that's a great achievement, Michelle. Well done. And I look forward to hearing from you again later in the year and your progress. So that's where we're going to leave, Michelle. So New Year's off to a great start. People are starting to sort of really take their own power back. And I think that's an amazing thing about 2023. I think it is going to be a year where more people like Michelle are going to stand up and be counted and say, this is what I need to do. And this is, where my life's heading. And the same with Dana. She had to take a stand on a family issue. And I mean, we've all been in those situations where we've had to take a stand on an issue that we didn't feel comfortable with, but it got to a point that it was overdue and needed to be dealt with. So it's interesting that how the year is starting off. I always look at the first 6 weeks of the year to see how the rest of the year will unfold. And this year seems to be off to a very positive galloping start, where people are really sort of taking the lessons that they've learned in the last few years forward with them and sort of saying, right, now's the time for me to make my mark. Now's the time for me to take that stand and really move forward and understand that I can just be me and I don't have to be somebody that somebody else wants me to be. I'm very comfortable in my own skin just being little old me. And, you know, if we were all the same, life would be very boring. And, you know, we all need to sort of own who we are. I'm not saying we have the right to hurt somebody or to do something deliberately to make somebody upset or angry with you, but at the same time, you don't have to be what someone else wants you to be. If they don't like you for who you are, well, that's their choice. They don't have to be around you. So, but, you know, for many of us, people are starting to see the positive changes, and people want to be, you know, they want to get on board and understand how you manage to do that, because they want to feel that same inner peace. So life is going to be very exciting this year. And as always, I'm going to leave you with a song of the week. And there's not too many people know that watch the show regularly that I'm a huge David Cassidy fan. He did write a beautiful song about the month of January, so I'll leave you with that song this week. But it's interesting because music is so healing for the soul. I think, you know, for any of us that love to, you know, put some music on the turntable, and I do put mine on the turntable, and I still have lots of vinyl records, and I see this week that the old cassette is going to make a comeback, that the younger generation will now have the joy that we had as teenagers when the tape recorder chews up your tape. You've got to get it out painstakingly and try and wind it up with a pencil and hope it plays again. So good luck to the new generation. And welcome to our world of cassettes and vinyl. Until next week, bye for now.